You like the Fever to win, though? Okay. We'll differ on that, but we'll see. All right, we are live. We're back for another great edition of Nuke the House live betting. We've got 5 WNBA games, and as we've always said, the WNBA scheduler is absolutely retarded. They're all basically within a 1 hour time frame, so let's play 5 games all together on top of each other and see which basically no one watches, and that's why you're like, well, ratings are down. Well, because you can't really watch a game. So unless you have the WN League Pass, we're going to be bouncing around back and forth here tonight. What are we on? Amazon tonight, or are we on WNBA?
I'm loading it up. We got. I'm sure I'll get one of these 2 games on my Amazon feed. In fact, it is the Prime game, Aces and Fever. I see now. Their big Prime feature game. So, and you know what? Actually, Sean, I think I get. Oh no, okay, it is on. I'm having a hard time figuring out which games I need to use my aerial antenna for when the Aces are playing. I know it's the home games for sure, right? So I'm on this Prime feed, I think. There, I don't know. Are the Aces supposed to be my favorite team now? Maybe. I think you just put me on the Fever money line, but I'll go with it. I'm on the Fever for sure. And look,
he's on the Fever. I'm not. I'm going to be flat out tell you that right now. I'm not on the Fever. I do like some things with this. We'll go through the games as quickly as possible because these games are getting ready to kick off, and you got 3 minutes really kind of get some of these bets in. And we'll talk about the combos. So combos I like, really, really like is Jackie Young, rebounds and assists. She's hit it in 7 straight games. She's actually hit 9 or 10. So if you have a book that can give you alt numbers, that's not a bad look if you want to go get some plus money. But they've set it at 7.5. It's a little juiced to -128, but I would be all over that. Jackie Young is either going to get that. She's either getting 5 or 6 assists, or she's getting 4 or 5 rebounds. So she's getting this pretty consistently, especially in the last couple of weeks. You're going to have Alyssa Smith there. Jackie Young plays with the second unit. That's going to be another person who could be an ample scorer when she comes in and be able to get you probably close to 8 to 10 points and do a little bit better rebounding the basketball. So it's going to be very interesting. If you have books that have Ari McDonald, the books don't like to give you her until the very, very end. I see this game kind of a no defense type game. I know they're going to try to muck it up, but I don't think they're going to get the calls the way it was called before. But Ari McDonald to score 10 points is something I really like. She's probably going to get 12 points there. So her getting 5 points, filling in really nicely, was a great pickup coming over from the Sparks. Those are the combo plays. I mean, the other combo play I like, we'll talk about Natasha Howard. I like her for double-double tonight. She had a double-double last night. Boston also had a double-double. That's also one person you can look at to probably go. But Boston, I think, is kind of barely on there. I like the play with Natasha Howard more. She seems to really kind of get going as we've kind of switched into this without Caitlin Clark and what happens to that. She there. They also don't have a really good matchup on the Aces. She's bigger than Jewel Lloyd. She's bigger than Jackie Young. She's bigger than Chelsea Gray. I expect Chelsea Gray probably to try to stick her most of the time, but she's going to have the height advantage on her all game long. So I think she can get a double tonight at plus 390. I do like that. The game has already started. We already got 2 points in. We will move over to the Sparks and Liberty game real quick. I like Natasha Howard if you want to go rebounds and assists too. That's another one that's starting to play really well. You can get that at 9.5. Really nice. We got the over. We talked about in Detroit already. I like the team total on Detroit over, but that's long gone. They hit a 3-run bomb in the first inning. So there's nothing you can do. We do have a surprise start for the Sparks. I do like plus 11, but we are getting Alaman is actually going to start tonight for the Sparks. I guess that's the way they're going to go now with the loss of that Odyssey Sims. So she hasn't played in the last 11 games. So other than that, we'll see what she going to give him. I like Kelsey Plum, but Kelsey Plum's numbers was 17.5 early in the day to start the morning, and it ended up at 19.5. I'm not taking her at 19.5. I think she gets in the paint plenty of times versus Liberty team that has been there. I like the over in the Sparks game if you want to take that. I've got the plus 11 as well in pocket. that I've taken. So I'll pause right there and let Ramon give you his thoughts. I know he's on the Fever tonight. We're kind of oppo on that, but we'll see what happens. I just don't think they're going to get the whistle like they got in the Commissioner's Cup here. So
no, we're lockstep though in the Sparks and Liberty game. Although this is a technical spot for the Liberty big time. In their situation right now, because of the way they have not been covering. Usually these WNBA teams that are big favorites when not covering, especially off 3 or more days rest, are 8-0 last 8 opportunities. But Sparks, elite stuff right there from Sean Fox, man. I don't mean to belittle it here. By the way, Jackson Hayes resigns with the Lakers, that 1-year deal. Everybody was kicking him to the curb. More interesting, the lineup that you talked about, that's the elite stuff from Sean Fox for sure right there. Quick 6-0 start. And having Alleman back in this lineup, whatever the spot, we were wondering what they would do actually at guard here. So 6-0 Fever also over the Aces of the timeout. I think the Aces have actually called the timeout here early. So, just for me in that one, Sean, look, I think this move on the Aces is more predicated on public money. I will say that a lot of sharps are on, a lot of experts like you and I, and you're on the Aces too, right? So I'm on the short end, but it is a pretty wicked move there to go up to 5 at post time when really, are you really basing on any personnel other than Clark in the game? It feels like maybe it feels a little public, like, hey, I arrived late to the party. I'm not a big bettor, but the WNBA featured tonight with the Aces and the Fever. Maybe I just take the Aces because of no Clark. But we saw how good they were in that game. I appreciate the officiating angle for sure in that game. But Fever have a lot of work to do as well for the rest of this season. Both teams, right, have questions right now as to why they're sitting at 500.
I think there are massive questions on both teams. I mean, you can see the Indiana Fever, if they continue what they did on Tuesday, which plays hard-nosed defense, makes it difficult for Asia Wilson, who basically has a very similar game to Nafisa Collier, who they can body her, similar size. They can make it difficult for her to score inside. I kind of thought the Aces started to look pretty good before coming into this break. And this is a really weird break because every other team except the Fever in Minnesota have had 4 or 5 days off. So there's a lot of things you could work on. Or did they have time off? Who knows what they were actually doing in those 4 or 5 days? So I do kind of throw out the, hey, this is a road game right after the wake. But if you could have been in the city for 3 days here and really had some good team bonding and some different stuff there. So I got to consider this game trying to throw out the splits there. Now, I say I throw out the splits, but I'm clearly on Atlanta's 9-1 home record here. I've got to follow Atlanta, and Seattle's got a 4-4 road record here. Even without Ryan Howard, I think they have plenty to be able to beat the Seattle team. It just amazes me how the tallest player in the WNBA has a rebound total of 6. Not only that, she hasn't hit it in multiple games. You just got to sit there and wonder what's in it. So what is your look on the Seattle line? Like Aces and Fever, I really think you could probably flip a coin. The numbers probably should have been 2 or 3. No idea. You could say the Fever because they're coming in hot after the Commissioner's Cup win. But you could say they could be really excited about that and then kind of lay an egg. So far, they've come out here with the right attitude in what you have to say. Again, they are at home. They play very well at home. Aces are going right down to the point forward to Asia Wilson, and she's going to box up against Natasha Howard. But I do find it funny in the last couple of games that the Fever finally figured out Natasha Howard is taller than almost everybody she guards, which I think is funny. Clark looks really excited there. I mean,
it's a real high-level game for a couple of 500 teams, and we're talking about the WNBA. But I think that, like I said, you could chalk it up to Clark's absence, some of those losses for sure. But they found their way too. I'm sure it's a sign of their great coaching actually here. And remember, they're still getting comfortable with her, and they're getting comfortable with each other and her coaching style. I mean, we know she is elite. So both these teams should continue to improve on this record, it feels like right now. So Seattle and Atlanta, Sean, no, I felt like I was on with all the a lot of experts on Seattle. That kind of worried me too, because it went up to 2.5. Remember last night we were talking about it, but look what happened here now approaching game time. The money has come in back in on Atlanta. In fact, making them actually a 1-point favorite here now tonight in the game. But I kind of ended up with the experts even let a bad number with Seattle here. But I'm on the under as well in that one. But look at how that one's dropped too. I made a video, maybe 27 hours ago talking about go under 162. Right. And that's what the line was at the time. I'm not saying, hey, beat the line CLB, Mr. CLB guy, but now it's 157.5. And I'm still kind of having to tout the under a little bit with the Seattle Atlanta game tonight. So, yeah, we got all these games punched up, but at least we'll be on the air for them. So I'm not too worried about no late games tonight on July 4th as Washington is now on the board. We're going to have a high scoring game again tonight. It looks like bottom of the first here, 3-2 already, Sean, with the Tigers leading.
Well, I'm on the over on this, Sam, so I like that. Besides, Alyssa Smith has come in, so she gets to go against her former team.
Well, you better be right about the situation with Carrington, because I started spouting off on a couple of shows about it.
Well, I mean, I don't know if she's going to pull a full DeWanna Bonner or not, but we'll see. I mean, it could be a tremendous move. If they're smart, and we'll see what happens. I am a complete oppo on you. The last time these two teams played, they scored 183 points. Now, granted, Ryan Howard did play that game. She had a very good game. And the other time they played, they scored 175. So I really like the over at 159. So I'm playing the over at 159 in the Atlanta-Seattle game.
Like I said, brother, take a look at your unless you're saying you played that number. If you're looking to get into it right now, I mean, you're going to beat that number. You know that, right? Look at it.
Yeah, I know. The number's kind of been moving up, which is kind of what I just don't. I think they're going to kind of. It's 158 right now. So yeah.
Sean, I want to show you this real quick. I'm a name dropper a little bit, but so Carrington, I wouldn't mind. If she came to Las Vegas, I actually have a little bit of in situation. Her mom is a 500-win high school basketball coach who I've interviewed many a times. In fact, I'm going to show you real quick here. Here's me. I usually do with my phone just like it, but here I am interviewing her mom.
Okay.
Carrington post here. I've done. Look, I'm making her laugh, making her have fun. But I've covered as I'm a reporter, and dozens of games with her championship games. Interviewed her after some of her biggest games. Now Carrington, didn't play when she was coaching her daughter at another school. She came to my area to coach later on after Carrington had left for college, and then continued her coaching career at a Christian high school in San Diego, carrying on her great record. So I'm a Carrington fan. Long story short.
I like DJ Carrington. I really like as a player. She could be a very, very key asset to anybody, especially.
She can be really cocky too. She can be in your face a little bit too, and not afraid to
get down and play. She can get down and play defense, and she gets after the boards are there. She doesn't mind contested rebounds. Any of those things she can kind of get going for. So I mean, kind of look at any prop you really like in the Seattle-Atlanta game. To me, I couldn't find anything that I really kind of like. I mean, Griner at 11.5 points. She was 8.5 in the game before when Ryan Howard's out. So, again, Griner should score every game 15 to 20 points. There's literally no one stopping her any single time she gets the ball. And there's nobody at Seattle. I mean, Megabork is very good. I mean, Malanga may have the size to play with Griner, but and the athleticism, but I don't think she's going to see the floor as much. I just can't find anything from a. I like Alicia Gray, but I'm not taking Alicia Gray to score 20 points every time.
How about over 5.5 rebounds though with Gray tonight, and you can get a little bit of plus money on that.
Yeah, that's probably a very interesting move because a lot of people don't realize she gets a ton of rebounds, especially from the guard position.
Plus 25 here is what I'm seeing. Trying to find another book here, maybe.
Yeah, she had 9 rebounds the game before, 8 the game before that, 6 and 4.
I understand
the question I asked, I mean, I like that. I also got a question. We got to go back to my favorite bet is what's the rebounds assist number?
Oh.
I like the ability to hit 1, 2, and 1. So, I mean, it's 9.5. Basically, she got 6 assists last night. She's hit it in 2 straight games. Then she really fell off there. I mean, in her last 8 games, she's hit it 5 times. So, and you get that at minus 104. Now, the only question I come back on that is strictly is she not going to get as many assists tonight without the loss of Ryan Howard? The biggest question I still think is who's going to score?
I would think now I would shift it a little bit from where Howard does her scoring just because of the matchup maybe tonight. I don't think it's terrible for Jordan Canada up against Skylar Diggins. I might look to take Canada, but I know that that point prop is probably getting a little bit dicey if it's a 10.5 now. But I would look to Canada maybe there, and also I'd look to Canada's under on her assist. I think her role will be a little bit to score a little bit more there in this one. So I might even team those up together with Canada points and Canada over in points and under in assists tonight. I know that. Let me see what that assist price. The assist price under 5.5 is actually, I believe, probably plus money, right? In fact, I think if it were probably to choose between the two, I'd go Canada under assists, but I wouldn't mind continuing. Maybe it's a 0.3 bet there for under assist and maybe a 0.2 or 0.2.5 0.25 bet on over and her points tonight. That's one way I'd look at it.
Yeah, I gotta go to DraftKings or MGM because I'm not seeing Jordan Canada on FanDuel.
Yeah,
Yeah, so I do gotta sit there and wonder. We do know who's starting now. It's not gonna be who they thought it was. It is SWK is starting.
That's fine. You look at look, she got in there last time. She got some. I don't think she played but 10 minutes or so, but she's going to get in your pocket there a little bit. But there's nothing on the board, right?
No, there's nothing on the board for.
You're just saying the shake. You're just saying
literally
how this front is shaking out.
Yeah. The only thing with Canada, she's coming off 9 and 8, which she just had. I mean, those are pretty solid numbers to drop that far. But we'll see. I'm trying to find something besides the librarian to watch. And right now, the Fever are up 19-8. Again, this looks very similar to the Minnesota game. I am kind of shocked, but once again, that's a foul. And see, that's going to be the question. If the Aces just go down to Asia and just draw fouls on Howard and Boston, this becomes a very different game.
I like the way Boston is playing right there, though. She has a chance to be a real elite player in the league if she's not already. But this is still a young player, right?
I thought she was the 9th best on her team. All right, so
Sean, great point. Let me interrupt again, though, real quick. Great point, because all the talk in the last week has been because of that. No one mentioned that Boston also got dissed in the poll. It was all about Caitlin because of the name, right? But Boston was right. It's just looks like more like a Fever bias.
Yeah, it definitely does look like that. The other game we didn't talk about, but it's already started. We're on the Angels' first 5. We're fading Bryce Elder here. There they go. Back inside to Wilson. Easy basket. What can I get the aces?
I know
If I
we're
get the aces.
Look, I've faded Bryce Elder plenty of times here. Last couple of, I am still taking the Braves, but I'm just expecting a wild slugfest and to get in that Angel bullpen and probably win in the bottom of the 9th inning, brother.
Yeah, but I took the first 5. You can get
okay, all right, okay, I'm fine with that. What were you saying about some of the W? I like. Hey, these games are certainly going my way a little bit so far. Although I could use a little more scoring with the Sparks and the Liberty. I'm not too worried. Sparks ain't going to stop them all game. But again, I know I told you before the show, but if I can reiterate, I didn't think I said on the air with Sparks and over for me, Fever and under. I know it looks obvious right now, but I did tell Sean right when coming on the air, he can vouch for me, and I guess anybody with subscriptions and followers would know too, I guess. But I'm on this show. I'm on Nuke the House channel. What am I going to do?
It's definitely fun. There's no issue at all. I want to make sure I did put the first 5 on the Angels because that's what the plus 108 is.
Washington took the lead by it's 5-3. Did I win the over yet, or
no? It's 9.5.
It was a W. Would I be jinxing it?
Well, in baseball, yes. But I will tell you, the Aces have discovered what the plan is. They're just going down to Asia every time, and they have no answer. Good basket there by Boston with another one inside. Yeah, keeping this there. And Sparks are playing right with them. No defense in this game whatsoever.
Okay, good. Well, the score is trending a little bit under because it's such a high total, but I don't have, like I said, I'm not too worried about that because I've got already LA with, they're going to finish the quarter with over 20 points. So that would be the issue if you were, playing the over like me are the Sparks able to at least keep up a little bit offensively? So now that they have, going to get at least 20, and Liberty have taken the 19-18 lead. So I feel very, very good about that, even at the high 170. We know how it can slow down in the WNBA is the third quarter.
It is. It is funny. The total in the Detroit-Washington game now is 16.5 live. That's just nuts. Your starting pitchers aren't going to be there. I still like Detroit to win this game. I think Boston's bullpen is in shambles. So I think you're going to get, if you can get Detroit right now plus 1.5, I still like that. I think they're going to get some runs of Jake.
I thought you were going to say minus 1.5 the way you were talking there. I think so. Come on.
I don't think there's any problem with taking the minus 1.5, but I take the plus 1.5 first if I'm getting that at plus 1. Yeah,
I'm on Washington run line in the over. I'm already ready to move on to some other games, but we did have that Brewers Mets game on a rain delay. They may fire it up here at quarter to the top of the hour.
Yeah, what is your take on the Yankees Toronto game? Schmidt's the one pitcher I really kind of like for the Yankees besides Max Fried. I think he generally gives very good outings for them. I kind of lean the Yankees here. You get them at a nice price at minus 104, coming off at that letdown that they had last night. I kind of lean the Yankees here on the first 5.
I'd probably only take the first 5. I see that game line now, $1.35 at Bet Online for the. I can't do it. I'm on. I have to take Toronto as a dog the way things are still going here right now. But again, I'm on the over here for sure. I think we get a lot of, it could be a high scoring game. And look, we were just talking about the Yankees had all those unders when the lineup was struggling. Well, maybe they've gotten into a form a little bit here finally. And I expect high volatility. So for me, it's got to be an over in that one. But I think we're opposite. I think I'm going to try one more time here with Bassett as a dog. You said 104, but I think you were talking about the first 5 there and with this pitching matchup because Schmidt, yes, maybe the peripherals, maybe his metrics show out better than his numbers because I like him too. But I did end up on Toronto just because of this plus price at home. And look at the state. This is a big series still.
Yeah, it's a massive series for them. They've got to win this one. They can't go down 2-0 in the series. Like I said, I like the Yankees here.
All right.
I know you're on the Braves, so I'll try to get something on. We'll take Matt Olson to get another home run back to back. See here, we'll take JoJo Waddell to get a home run.
I was wondering if I felt bad when we, the show was getting late, Sean, and I felt bad because we hadn't watched Kershaw set that record last night.
Oh, it was terrible. You got 3 Ks. 3.
We've been here all night.
We'd have been here all night. It was kind of cool though. They let him take the rubber home, but he didn't realize how much the rubber weighs. So that where he's going to display that thing, it's there. People don't understand that thing weighs like 75 pounds.
Yeah, there's cement underneath the rubber. That's how it stays in place. Yeah. And then, so I felt bad, but you know what? I ordered like tacos El Gordo, and I thought I could get out of there and he would do it. And by the 4th inning, I was like, damn it. I got to go pick up my tacos, but I got to see him hit 3,000. So we would have been here a while, but yeah, never close. There officially, we know Beckers was going to start. The lineups are out. She's in the lineup. If you want to look at the lineups, they're out now, or unless you already saw them for the Dallas game.
I looked at the line. I mean, you knew it's going to be Paige. Hines Allen was the one question mark, but she is not going to start. She's going to play. But they get the players back from the Euros today. So Geisel Sauter will once again. So they're actually going to go with 2 timers versus Phoenix. We'll see how well that does.
Remember that she had, she had some games for sure.
Yeah.
Remember she was on fire before she left, talking about Geisel Sauter. She was on fire before she left. Remember that Las Vegas game?
Yeah. Sugg Sutton is out. Will not go for Washington. I really want nothing to do with that game. I know I've sat there and I've read this.
You have the Washington lineup?
Yeah, it's Sykes, Citron, Melbourne, Kiki, and Austin.
Okay. Thank you.
So that will be the lineup. Copper will go for Phoenix tonight. She doesn't get the day off. I think Phoenix wins this game pretty easily. I really do. I just question after Paige Beckers who's going to score.
That line move though, Sean. I mean, a dozen points right now. I mean, I know they're hot, and Dallas is not really. I keep trying to pump. Maybe I'm overhyping them still a little bit. I mean.
One here. Okay, so Beckers has looked good, but quite frankly, I really don't actually think she's an all-star. And I say that very nicely because
time right now. I mean, you got to.
Well, she's missed some time. She had a couple games in the beginning of the year that weren't that great. I think she's getting the basically like what's it called? Recency bias. She's putting up 35, she's putting up 20, putting up 25. Well, she's putting up.
Come on, she's scoring, man. She's scoring, brother.
She's scoring, but that's what's making her average goes up because she's having these outstanding games. But you can't just say, okay, well, someone's an all-star already because you put up a couple 35s. There are other players in the league that were doing better before that, where I would say it. All right, Josh wants to say that. I do want to know what the chat's on. The chat's been very quiet. We keep getting some updates. This Aces Fever game is going to be a pretty interesting game. We can now get the Aces at +3.5. Like I said, I like the Lynx to win. Do they cover 12 points versus a Washington team that has multiple scores? I don't know. I mean, everyone's always the angle I always hated betting was they're going to be pissed. They're due. Who knows? Who knows if they give a crap if they? I mean, yes, they probably lose because it's money in the Commissioner's Cup, but they don't actually get the money if they go out and just blow out the Mystics the next game. So, I mean, yes, they're probably going to win this game, and the Mystics are not a great road team. But again, this is where I look at it and say, you've had 4 or 5 days off. You just played on Tuesday. The fresher team.
Can I tell you on 7-4 against the spread on the road? I mean, as a dog. I'm talking about the Mystics, mostly on the road. But 7-4.
They've been better on the road than they have at home. That's the other thing that comes into play.
And they're always getting enough points too. They're a little bit underrated for sure. I mean, I don't know if 8 and 9. I mean, that might actually be a little bit ahead of schedule for the Mystics.
Oh, I think they're way ahead of schedule. I had them as the third worst team coming into the.
He's our rookie of the year so far, right? Kiki's our rookie, even though Beckers is the odds-on, not odds-on favorite, a massive favorite.
I think it's Citron.
Oh, okay, great.
And the reason I say it's Citron over Kiki was as soon as they brought Austin into the starting lineup, Kiki's double-double stopped, Kiki's point stopped, or rebounds. So Kiki right now is kind of 8 to 10 points, 5 to 7 rebounds. When Austin wasn't the starter, she was getting 14 and 10. Yeah. And if you want to look at the one player, Sonia Citron, and this is where I say maybe I talk about for the beginning here, she's had one game all year where she hasn't scored double digits. One.
Yeah, so the odds, though, right now, though, and I know you know about roughly, but
it's Paige Beckers by a landslide.
She's minus 1,200. Kiki's 11 to 1, and Sonia's 13 to 1 currently at Bovada.
Yeah, the bet would be to make it on Citron, and it'd be sad to say, but the only reason you'd make that bet is you're thinking Paige Beckers is going to get hurt. That's the only way you win the bet, and that's the only way she doesn't win Rookie of the Year, because
the numbers will still be there for Beckers in the end, that she'll end up with much superior numbers to these other players that may be more complete players. Is that what you're trying to say?
I think what you're saying, there's more options on the Mystics team, so they kind of spread out the points and the scoring. So you're not going to have Citron have a 30-point game.
Right. You got to talk about the split vote.
Yeah. And you're going to split the vote. And you're going to split the vote between the two people being there. Yes. Okay.
Well, great.
What I'm saying is, Beckers, there's nobody on that team. I mean, Enrique is the one person there, and if she's missing time and she's going to sit there and be out, Beckers is probably going to – taking Beckers to score 25 or 30 tonight is a possibility if they want to leave her in coming off injury. That's my one question would be, does the game get out of hand? Is she at the point where they pull her because she is the team, or is it the fact that they leave her in like they have earlier in the year when she got 35 in a blowout, just because she's a rookie and she's getting her time and getting her there? That would be the question I have for you.
Yep.
Big Scott's got aces under 163, Angels money line, Brewers money line for me. Okay.
All right. Hi, Big Scott. Thanks for coming.
Well, I'm interested to see how this game – the Cubs game is a very interesting game. We haven't talked about that yet. So the Storm and Dream are getting ready to kick off here. So
money and money. That's old school right there.
Do you have anything on the Cubs?
Oh, absolutely. And I have a rant for you if you're ready on the
I'm ready.
Cubs. Well, I am on. Just the rant isn't about what it's about. It's about Ortiz. But Cantillo gets the start, and Cleveland will be bullpenning along. I'm sure they'll be fine here against the Cubs. Why wouldn't I take them as a big dog against Chicago here? I don't want. And the price has gone down considerably.
I think for the sake of the show, we need to explain what happened to Luis Ortiz. So Luis Ortiz, for guys who don't know it, is basically been pulled from the team for all intents and purposes. And the reason why is Major League Baseball is looking at gambling allegations of Luis Ortiz. Now, this gets the most interesting I've ever seen, because this is a gambling allegation on 2 pitches, because FanDuel, DraftKings, some of the ones allow you to bet per at bat. So they're looking essentially on 2 sliders that he threw out of the zone. Books in 3 states took heavy action on whether this was going to be a hit by pitch and a pitch being a ball. So Ohio, New Jersey, and New York City took heavy action on one of his starts, essentially. There. So that would be absolutely crazy if this turns out to be true. But you kind of, and some of these guys, that would have been something that I would have thought you would have been able to kind of get away with. But again, it kind of looks like these books sometimes are really worried about these athletes, families, brothers, setups that people are doing. Take the Indians. They're not making the playoffs. If you got
right, and that's where the concerns come in, right? It's not about Ortiz. He doesn't need, oh, hey, here's $20,000. Throw the ball in the dirt in the second inning on the first pitch. It's just the word of mouth because here's the thing. You can't get, even at DraftKings or FanDuel, first of all, let's hope that the limits aren't high enough that it's made a big enough difference, right? It's just a matter of telling everyone that, hey, I'm going to do this when, and you guys can all put down a couple $100 on it and cash, right? It's not about some whales coming in and saying, we got guys dropping 20 dimes on the first pitch. I don't think. If so, the problem lies in the books with the limits too high for micro betting purposes, right? That's predatory bookmaking, in my opinion. But if it's similar to the way I've described it, where a player would say, get ready, second inning, it's going to be a ball, everyone load up, all of our family, hey, I'm pretty wealthy, even though Ortiz is a guy that he's been known to drop a few dimes here and then around, in some table games. But unlike some people that might be broke or whatever, Ortiz looks like he's pretty well-to-do still. But again, it's just by word of mouth. Hey, I'm going to do this when, and if you guys can, throw down a couple hundred, you're all going to be doing real good with it. So that's where I would question it, Sean. No chance, right, that FanDuel and DK are allowing people to put down 10 dime bets on one pitch.
No. If you could put down 1,000, I'd be shocked.
For sure. I mean, a reasonable limit might be depending on the type of gambler that you have. That's why we have, they always now with, you have to be on a member card, right? And all your gambling scrutinized anyways. If you're betting nickels on pitches, you probably get some good bonuses and good, frills, if you will, because maybe you're not the hottest gambler. You're just more of a whale. But when you got someone who's logging in and they make 2 bets all year and it's on 2 pitches in the second and fourth inning of one particular game for $200, we know who you are. 20 people just, with similar accounts just did the same thing. So that's where this comes in, right? I know everyone on X is getting bent out of shape and it hits the mainstream and all of a sudden guys are throwing games. I believe it's more like I'm describing, which is still wrong.
Yeah, you're not throwing a game. You set it up. So that's why I said I would have thought that would have been a way from a betting perspective. I set that up like, say I went to a poker game and I was down $3,000 and I came up and said, okay, well, on the second time this guy comes to bat, I'm going to throw 2 balls automatically on the third and fourth pitch. And this is what you want to bet. And it's going to be seen as there. The issue is so many people did it. So that there, and you got to understand, FanDuel in New Jersey is already pissed at so many different. They're pissed at touts, that too many touts followed the home run bet. And so we're going to change the rules there. And now they're worried about this. I mean, the Malik Beasley thing looks terrible. It just absolutely just looks terrible.
Yeah, but in comparison, Sean, to the thing that you're talking about, I don't believe that books have the right. That is wrong. That is wrong. If I go on, great handicapper like Sean Fox comes in and tells me and the whole Nuke the House team that this is a great bet, and we're not in cahoots with anybody rigging it for us. We've attacked we've employed Sean Fox to uncover these metrics and these numbers for us and given us a great value. The problem there is on the books either allowing, they shouldn't be able to revoke any bets afterwards because of I might sound like I'm honking for the touts, but to me, it's not an argument.
No, but I agree with that. You can't make a bet and not know whether or not you're going to win. They don't have the right to say it's there. If you're on the up and up, if I put a parlay in, I need to know that I'm going to get paid out that parlay that I bet. And regardless of whatever it should be, that should always be the case. It's just going to be very interesting. I mean, we talked about yesterday, tax implications that's coming up. But let's stop boring the people, and we'll go on to the 8 o'clock games.
Yeah, you're right.
Do you have anything on the Cubs? I kind of do like the Cubs to win.
Cleveland and under. Cleveland and under.
You're taking Cleveland in the under.
I'm taking Cleveland with the pitching change here. I mean, look, I know how they're going to go about this game here tonight. Now that they've, going to have to piece it together on short notice, I don't have a problem with that. With that.
The Fever.
Now, granted, the price has gotten a little too high, but I'm already on Cleveland. I can't change my pick.
Here's my question I'm going to say with Fever. Fever played 2 great defensive games the last 2 games. When Caitlin Clark comes back and their defense goes to crap, is she going to get lambasted? Because it's going to be. I'm sorry. She doesn't really play good defense in any way, shape, function.
No, we know the limitations, and that's why I'm not saying that on any given night she's not the impact player that wins the game. But there are certain times that she's got the wrong player, and you go up against a big star, and but that's why you just saw her. That's why you have an elite coach. Hopefully, can work this out, right? And Stephanie White, who do you have as the best coach in the league? Sean Fox,
Minnesota's coach.
Oh, I gotcha. I know I'm giving a lot of credit to White.
Cheryl Reed. Sorry, I didn't.
No, she's got she's obviously has a pedigree now, international pedigree.
I will give it to Stephanie White. The last couple of games seems like she's actually worked on some things. The beginning of the year, everyone's talking about Stephanie White's this great coach. I was like, I haven't seen it.
Right.
And granted, they're playing hard-nosed defense. They're playing really good defense. I mean, they're up 17 right now.
Well, with the defensive lineup in there, you just said it.
Yes. It's kind of what they can play. They're also playing Natasha Howard there. You got the DeWanna Bonner thing finished. Maybe that kind of galvanized the team. They could come back on this.
Caitlin Clark's not going to be out there demanding her minutes. I mean, if you can get her on, there's certainly a place in the lineup to, if you wanted to, put her in and take her, in certain, minutes. Unfortunately, sometimes when you're at, when she's in there and lighting it up and you're on the road and everyone comes to see her and everything like that.
It's just like Steph Curry. When she's hitting her threes, it's great. When she's not hitting her threes and she went 0 for her last 17, she's a detriment to the team. But she can pass the ball tremendously well. She still rebounds, but defensively, they do lose some. You just have to admit they lose some because she's on the court defensively.
Look at the job that these players are doing offensively without her too. I mean, I don't necessarily want her in there to score. It's spectacular, but she's a team player. I don't think there's any question.
She definitely is. Yeah, she's a tremendous passer.
Sometimes it is too much, to pass. I mean, I'm okay with that because I don't know about you, but I'm ready for her to come back and get on some assist props right away.
Well, I'm more the old school. Yeah. You can hit the 25-footer and it's showtime. You can watch it on TV. But if you've missed the last 5, I don't want to see the showtime on the 1. That's my issue when players shoot that and miss it. And they go back, shoot it again and miss it. And they go back and they finally hit one. And it's like, hey, she hit it. I was like, you're just tossing the shot up. If I shoot 25 times, I'm going to make 12. I believe that. Sorry. I was a shooter, so keep shooting. But I'm a big person of efficiency versus just throwing.
Well, you know what? Some of the success that they've had with her, out, and granted, it's been, kind of 2 little stints here, really, if you think about it. But maybe she will understand more that she doesn't have to carry the load, that there are, capable, especially, the way we saw Howard step up in the big game, that maybe Clark can realize, and I'm sure she does, because she's that cerebral of a player, that she's got and we'll see, because McDonald shook up their roster with her contributions, and now all of a sudden she's just not a bit player. All of a sudden, even no, when Clark comes back,
McDonald was a great pickup for them. absolutely tremendous pickup for them. They're almost that they should probably tell Colson, see ya when Clark comes back and keep McDonald.
Well, they already got.
I don't think they can though.
No, I don't think so. I think they made the move.
If she signed from a hardship, I think they have to let her go because that was. I don't know. Odyssey Sims last year for the Sparks was signed as a hardship, and they found out, and Dallas had to let her go in order for the Sparks to pick her up. And we were like, that's the dumbest move they could have made. So yeah, it's kind of surprising that. I know we got it. So 8:00. Let's look at these games. Anything you like?
I was going to add real quick about when Bonner got waived. I know it wasn't an exact move for McDonald, but I mean, it was just planning on what the Fever are going to do with, upon Clark's return. Go ahead. I think.
Oh, here's my question. So let's look at the Phoenix Dogs then. We already talked about that you've got one score. That's it. Plays I like in this game. I like Alyssa Thomas, 12.5 points. I like Alyssa Thomas, 9.5 assists. And by liking that, I automatically like her because the WNBA does this a lot better than the NBA. The NBA makes you pay a 1 or a 1.5 point premium to take the combo, but the WNBA doesn't seem to do that. So I like the points and assists at 22.5 at a -106.
Well, I've already been talked into by some capper friends about the PRA 4AT, so why not? I mean, but look, I like I said, I do like Dallas. I think the line's gone too far. I'm willing to take the dog now with Dallas, but I'm on the over here. Even with this drop here, it's dropped 2 or 3 points for sure to 165.5, I think, for the most part. And I do like it over because I think, Dallas does not really limit teams too much. And when Phoenix is favored, they usually put up a pretty big number. So I think they will score, and I think Dallas can tag along there and end up getting the money. I don't think Phoenix wins by 20. Well, I don't want to say 20. I better say a dozen. I don't think Phoenix wins by more than a dozen, I guess is what I need to say. But I think it's because, it's not going to be a defensive intensity type of game.
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think players like Sammy Whitcomb have a pretty good game. I think she gets wide open looks. I don't think there's anything. I think Beckers gets her 2 threes. I think she's going to shoot more threes tonight because she's going to have to just to try to keep them close. The Fever are scoring at will. They're up 22. At what point?
Well, she did. I don't know what you were going to say, but go ahead.
At what point is it time to let Becky Hammond go? Because obviously the players are not.
I thought you were going to say, at what point does Becky Hammond bench the starters like she did last game, and then and then the team kind of came back? But no, I think Becky Hammond fires herself before she gets fired from this team.
That would be the one thing I would. I just don't think they're listening to her at all. You've gone through. I also question how great of a coach. She's a great coach when she had better talent than every other team in the league.
Critical notice.
Since she's not had better talent, aka when Candace retired, all of a sudden they haven't competed. Now, last year they competed. They were still a very good team.
And Chelsea Plum, she weighs you down. You don't want her on your team, right? Because, she's a detriment.
Well, there's things that she does that I think she's stupid, and there's things that I do that I just kind of laugh at. So
they won. They won with her, and every team. Teams are built different ways, and you need certain players in certain positions sometimes to do things. And maybe you're not the most popular. I don't know. New York takes the lead, though, here, 37-36, a minute and a half to go.
Yeah, it's a close game. It goes back and forth here.
Brewers are underway. Brewers Mets got underway here.
Angels are up 3.
Yeah, yep.
Good for the first 5.
Look,
I catch him at that. I feel it's great for
runs are coming.
Monfils. He'll win the fifth service. I can see that. I took the over in that as well, Big Scott. We talked about that when it's there. That's going to cash easily. So that's going to work well. I do have there. I kind of feel like, it's kind of a point to possibly hedge out. We're talking about the Monfils match.
Yeah, and there's no controversy. I mean, I understand, being upset. Now Shelton had maybe more of an argument than you did in the Mopey's match there, right? Because the rule is supposed to be at the end of the set, right? I don't know, but that was I'm just talking about the Shelton Ichikata match. But no, go ahead. What were you saying here?
I was just saying, is there anything you got on the Minnesota Mystics game?
Okay, because I was going to say I'm on Fusovic in the tennis match. I'm no turning back. But on the Mystics game, I'm on Mystics in the over. Is that what you said? Mystics game?
Yes. Yeah.
Or the
I kind of feel the same way. I kind of feel the same way with the Mystics in the over. I just kind of feel like I know what Minnesota's covered, but I just kind of feel like it's a game right after a game, and I think the Mystics have enough scoring and enough low post players to make it very difficult. And the really thing is something's going on with Kayla McBride. She's not shooting the ball well at all. And if she doesn't shoot the ball well, it goes really closely. And Heidemann hurt her shoulder at the end of the last game. If you don't have either of those two players shooting for the outside, you're relying on like Alana Smith, who's a capable player, but not a game-to-game capable player to continue to score on the outside. I'm still surprised that they're trying to run Bridget Carlton as the center all year. I think when they get into the playoffs, that's going to hurt them. I just don't. She's a good player, but she's a player that should be coming off the bench, not starting.
Yeah, well, she threw up a donut last game. So that's look. Washington's 3-6 to the under on the road. Minnesota, I think, 3-6 to the under at home. So I can't really say it's their best spot. And I know the move has been, I think, to the under here, right? I mean, from 158 to 155. But no, I'm all about it. I'd rather go over. I think. In the game, I know it will be hard, even for Sykes here. But look, I think all that talk about Austin a little bit this week, and look great in that Aces game. She might be asked to do something in this game, and I don't know. Minnesota, I've questioned the motivation after that tournament loss too. So I ended up saying dog and over.
Okay. Kind of similar way.
Almost at halftime.
Right. We'll go into the game at 9:30. I mean, the Fever are playing with such tenacity on defense right now. That
really glad to see that.
If they play this way, they could beat every team except for the Liberty. I still
think they're an interesting dark horse in to be possibly in the finals, but it's easy to say, and I don't want to be.
Does your
good performance?
Does your service get CFL updates?
Yeah. Did we fail to mention our CFL game? We still got an hour, right? Or you under the lineups?
It's 9:00, but the line just jumped 3 points. So who is out for Calgary?
What are you showing? Winnipeg 4.5?
5.5 now and moving.
I would think. I don't think there's anything. I'll look at the injury info here, but I don't know if there's been anything of note. I think it could be public sentiment here, possibly. A lot of people think that Calgary's a fraud with the wins that they've had so far.
Well, their ability has been handled on Dietrich Mills. Dietrich Mills has played really, really well. Their passing game has been non-existent. But I think the news is Brady Oliveira will go.
Yeah, but I think we were counting on that. I mean, at least I was. I'd already talked about it. I said, Peterson did an admirable. I said it last night on your show here. I said I was expecting him in, and that Peterson had done a great job, and that with two guys like that in the back. Look, Oliveira's great, but it's Winnipeg that makes Oliveira kind of who he is. I'm not going to say that he's out, got the awards and everything, but Peterson had almost similar success he was Oliveira when Oliveira wasn't in there, pretty much.
We're also getting a line for PJ Walker. PJ Walker going to start this game?
I'm seeing a lot. I'm seeing people playing PJ here a little bit. He's minus $1. What is he? $1.50 to score a touchdown in the game, I think.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to see. So Vernon Adams is now plus 380, the starting quarterback. Now, if you know the CFL, the backup generally scores most of the rushing touchdowns. But that's normally because you have a big, strong guy to come in. PJ Walker is not my big, strong rushing quarterback here. Yeah, I mean, I like Dembski too. It was 51.5. We talked about that. But I'm trying to find out any information here if PJ is going to start this game. And they're showing PJ Walker.
Yeah, but aren't well, I'll go look with you, I guess. Here it's halftime at these basketball games.
Yeah, I mean, Calgary's 2-1 here, so it would be an odd move to change quarterbacks here unless something came for Vernon Adams.
No, I don't think there's anything that shows right now that other than Vernon Adams being in this game. Now I know part of the criticism is that he hasn't been really he hasn't thrown a touchdown pass yet. So everybody's like, hey, when is it going to happen? But a lot of people just think that Calgary's kind of fraudulent so far. But they're not just 2-1; they're 2-1 ATS too. So
yeah, Sports Rates has gave PJ Walker scoring. I agree with the Dembski touchdown. I already took that.
Okay. See?
Yeah, they're fantasy to take PJ Walker tonight. Yeah. He thinks the Stamps are going to be the first to 20 points.
Yeah, Atlanta leading here, 18-17. 8 minutes to go in the second quarter. Here, Washington got another run, 7-4. It's gone over already. No jinx, marking it a winner there in the third inning, or maybe it was the second inning. They're 1-1. Yankees and Toronto in the third. And that Mets game underway, and we got the 10-minute warning here with Cleveland and the Cubs.
Yeah, we know Brady Oliveira is going to get in the end zone his first game back. That's going to happen.
Well, I feel like the line's gone too high, but I took Winnipeg, so I just kept kind of rolling with them here. But man, 5 now, that's crazy.
Yeah, at 5, I start to go. Do I want to buy the alt line at 7.5? And I know Canadian football is a little different with the single. Sometimes at 7.5 is not the same 7.5 that you get in the NFL. But I also want to feel like if PJ Walker starting, I like Zach Claris to get 2 touchdowns. I think he's going to easily get 2 touchdowns in this game. I think Schoen has a pretty good game. I think Dembski continues to have a pretty good game. I'm not taking Schoen at 68.5 though. That's a pretty big number. But I'm wondering if you kind of get on like Phil Pott at 53.5 or little like Dominic Rhymes at 59.5. If PJ Walker is going to be the quarterback. I really wish I'd never get, but I wish I had. I wish they gave us interceptions. I would be all over CFL interceptions, especially playing Winnipeg, who has such a ball-hawking defense.
Well, look, Mills has had 2 big games, but I just think against Winnipeg, that's their strong suit is limiting opposing.
Their ability to stop the run, yeah. Yep. So we've got the Sparks up 4 at halftime. If we look at our bets, Stewart's got 11. We need 20. If we look at Cloud, she's got 5. We need 10, so we're on pace. If we look at Ionescu, we cashed. She's got 5 rebounds already. Probably going to continue on that. Hamby's got 10 and 5. Azar Stevens has got 5. Plum's got 8. We talked about that. And we've got the Sparks plus 11 there. And the Fever, you're right on. They're just dominating. Asia's got 17, but they're getting their ass kicked. And nobody else is playing. Young's got 2 on the rebounds assists, which is not great. Just absolutely demolishing, only 24 points. Boston's got 14 and 6. Howard's got 10 and 5, so we're looking good for the double as long as she stays in the game. Ari McDonald's got 6 points. We just need 4 more points to cash her 9.5. Mitchell's got 12. We've got Atlanta up 5. Gabby Williams is your leading scorer for Seattle, 6 and 4. She's having a nice game. Jordan Canada, like you said, is your leading score, second leading scorer. Brianna Jones just scored. Brianna's got 8 and 3. Canada's got 7 and 2. Gray's got 5 and 4, so good for your 6 rebounds already. So that should be good for the plus rebounds. NYFC is knotted up at 0-0. I like NYFC to win that game at home. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, you guys, everybody talked me off Toronto. I just watched the last, I just thought they finally looked pretty decent their last game. But I did take the under as well at 2.5. It was juiced up to the over. So I just played the under. I didn't play the side. I wanted to play Toronto. Everybody talked me off it.
Yeah, trying to look to see at halftime is there anything in this WNBA. I mean, everything we're on in the Fever game, I think we're looking pretty good at. Howard's looking good to hit the 7.5. Howard's looking on pace to hit the double-double. We'll see if she really goes after it the second half. I kind of want to look at Ionescu's rebounds. If it's only 2 or 3, I'm probably going to be on it. Second half. This has always been my plan. So she's got 5. They're asking her to get 3 more in a close game. She's rebounding the basketball a lot more. I'm going to personally take that. I'm going to take that for a quarter unit. We've already won the full unit, so I'm just going to throw a quarter on that at plus money, 126, 7.5 rebounds. Let me see if what I gave my daughter, if she's doing well.
Okay. No problem.
My daughter's in South Carolina. She can do prize picks. So I've got to find 2 plays for her that I give her so she can do her parlays. So, but she only has to hit 1 because they're giving Joey Chestnut to eat one hot dog.
Oh, okay. I do have my breakdown. I just wanted to wait till it slowed down. I know I teased it yesterday, but I have a further breakdown, of course, on appearance here on the July 3rd show, and tomorrow with the big contest.
Go. I couldn't tell you much. Yeah, yes.
Oh, you didn't? I told you to be ready. I said I wanted you to be ready for the breakdown of the Nathan's hot dog eating contest. You didn't. You must have been too busy eating dinner last night when I left you. Okay. Well, look. Here's the thing on this, Sean. I've got Chestnut to go over the 71.5 dogs. I have him coming back and making a big big stink. I don't know what you might call it, but look, I think people see that. Look, the last 2 years he ate only 60+ hot dogs in his previous 2 appearances, and it's getting too easy for him. But last year he was suspended for reasons because he was taking, he was a sponsorship deal with another beef company. You don't do that. Against Nathan's, even though I am a Vienna beef guy over Nathan's all day long. Still,
I agree with that.
Last 2 years, Sean, when they had those 60+ dogs eaten, 1 year there was an incident, a protester went on stage and disrupted the contest. And when you're a competitive eater, you got to have the chain of flowing. And that it affected him dramatically in that contest. He actually was the one. Remember he had to shove the guy away as he's eating, and then they came and the MC kind of did, and that disrupted his flow. And then last year, or his previous year, remember it rained and the contest was delayed, and the hot dog sat out for an hour. Now I don't know about you. I know you love a good dog. There's a lot of difference between eating a hot dog freshly cooked or within, how they do it at the day. They're not sitting around for 3 hours. They're cooking those dogs up right up to the contest. The dogs sat around. They're tougher, a tougher chew. Tomorrow, Joey Chestnut coming back after the 1-year suspension, he's going to get 75 at least. He's going to break his record. He's looking to make a big splash and make big noise in the contest. So I've got to take him.
Here's the question I'm going to say. Do we know the order that he has to eat them first then? Like, who's going first?
They all go at the same time, brother.
Oh, they all go at the same time. That's right.
Yeah.
See, I kind of think he's going to know where he's at, and he's going to just pull up.
He will win. It's no question he wins. He's a 20-dog favorite over everybody. So it's like running your daily job. Are you going to beat your time today? He only has himself.
Yes.
Okay, yep. George Shea. You know who George Shea is? He's the guy with the hat. Yes. He's the MC. Yep. He said his quote was, the 71.5 hot dog total. He said, I think the number is a little low. This is a quote. Because of his contract dispute last year, I think he wants to come back and make a dramatic statement. Combine that with the fact that I think that Chestnut's numbers in the last two contests were hampered. I expect 75 dogs. And one of my other bets is Miko Sudo. It's going to be a little tougher for her. I think Chestnut has a bigger chance to set the world record of 76 dogs, and also Miko Sudo to get 50 dogs here tomorrow. And you can find some props for them to get over some of their numbers combined. So not only am I on Chestnut to get over 71.5 dogs, I'm also on him to get over 74.5 dogs and also 75 dogs. I just ramped it up, or I'm sorry, over 76 at plus 275. Ramped it up a little bit. And then between Sudo, the men's record, it would have to be 76, and the women's record would have to be 51. And if you get both the men's record and the women's record set by Sudo and Chestnut, that pays 10-1. If you get, I can get that right now at an offshore book, a very popular offshore book. Seattle's come back to tie Atlanta at 28 here, 3:20 to go. But I've got a lot of beef tomorrow, if you know what I mean.
I will tell you, the pace in the Mystics game is very, very fast. The downside is the shot making is very, very poor. They are running up and down the court easily, getting good looks just there. The Wings are off to a 9-2 start to start the game. You basically have 2 points for Savely, and you've got 4 points for Quinterly, who keeps continuing to score here in the last couple of games.
I mean, I'm sorry I didn't mention. I think the props are kind of hard to. I like Quinterly in the matchup here for sure today, but I apologize now. I mean, it's a little late, but
with 4 points, that's definitely late. But generally, you can get 10 points there. NYFC is on the board, 1-0. Haynes Wolf puts it up on there. Toronto gave it over 1.5.75 or something that he just gave, so he cashed that. Good for Gerardo. The Yankees are down 3-1. 2-run inning in the last run. Judge is 0 for 1 though. We'll see what happens as Judge is going to get ready to lead off the third.
I'm watching Neto round the bases here. Shawnee just homered for a 4-0 lead here. So the Angels are doing their share of that over that I'm looking for tonight. But Atlanta, like I said, I know you were teeing off on Elder. Look, I do too. I just think that once the Angels get in the bullpen, I explained to you. But don't let them get too far out in front here, Braves.
Well, that's why it's fine to take the first 5. I just want the first 5 plus money. You're giving me that for the Angels? Okay, fine. I'll take it. Here we go. Inside layup. Very inside for Alana Smith. The Wizards Mystics. I call them the same thing.
I call them the Washington Mistakes.
Oh, why? Come on. You can't give them mistakes. Both teams have very good young players.
No, Washington's a
I
moneymaker.
mean, in the NBA and in the WNBA. We'll see. They're coming back.
Like I said, Washington's a moneymaker, for the most part. So I'm kidding kind of with them.
Well, they were set back when Elena Deladon just decided to quit. So you had 2 years of going to the playoffs. You had a team that was set up, and then Sykes got hurt, and then Deladon just decided to quit the season.
Nimmo home run. Did you say that? Nimmo home run here just now.
For the Mets? Okay. Another guy I got in fantasy, so I'm fine with that.
Gerardo said he had the over there, 3/4 of a goal, and or he played it. I think he played it, and then it happened.
Played it in the first half, yeah. He played it. He gave that first, and then it
Gave
happened like
it
5.
in play there.
Citron, the
Sparks
three.
by 6. Sparks by 6. Bulletin here.
Yeah. We got the Mystics up 4.
Yeah, I've moved the fever to a smaller screen here. The way things are going.
Yeah, this game's over. I mean, the Aces still have 25 points. Again, Asia's probably going to get 25 points this game, but none of it's going to matter. But for us, for our purposes, if she can get 20 points, Becky Hammond looks pissed. But, I mean, you should be pissed.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand, fire the coach or whatever, but geez, this is still a pretty talented roster that.
I just think there's a time where teams need a new voice, and that's what it feels like right now. She either doesn't have an idea. It's a veteran team. They're making young mistakes. They don't really play any defense. I do think Stokes is a very poor inside rim protector. I think Lloyd is not that great on the perimeter guarding. I think there's a size issue there. There's definitely a bench scoring issue, like non-existent. That's why you traded for Nolissa Smith. Again, Dejanay Carrington would solve a whole lot of problems if you're able to wiggle her away from Dallas somehow. And my issue with Becky Hammond would just be, look, you've been a great coach, but right now this team is not listening to you. So maybe it's time for a change. Maybe it's time for you for a change. It's the best thing for you, best thing there. We go our separate ways and we move on. 10-9 Washington, and there again, like I said, the pace is get up the board, one pass, take the quick shot. Really not running a lot of sets. And as long as the shots are going down, this is going to go through. Lynx take the lead there. Kayla McBride actually makes an outside 3. Something badly needed. You got Chelsea Gray yelling at Asia Wilson. Cut it to 18.
Right, and that's the thing. I mean, they just look just fun. They don't look like it looks like a lot of the same players, but
yeah, you have to wonder. I mean, you still have Asia averaging 20 points. Granted, I've seen her miss a lot more shots this year than I've ever seen her miss. So maybe sometimes I kind of look at it and see that could have a lot to do with it. But Jackie Young scored 15 to 20. Chelsea scoring 10 to 12. I just see them so many times go to a pure jump shooting team. And really, what they thought they were going to get from Jewel Lloyd, they just didn't get. And once they didn't get that, they were kind of confused on what on earth are we supposed to do. Kind of deal.
Well, if there was one thing you had to point to, right? Especially like in games when you're matched up with when Jewel Lloyd ends up with a player like Mitchell squaring up, and things aren't very good there in a matchup. But
yeah, she looks old. She looks like an old lady. You add her Chelsea Gray. Yes, Chelsea Gray plays hard-nosed defense. But if you go back to her, Chelsea Gray, and there's no rim protection, it's a layup. And you're basically playing a 3-guard offense. And that's why one of the reasons we really like the Natasha Howard. Sparks have opened it up a little bit here. We've got 9 points here for the Sparks.
Yeah,
9.8.
great. Right. Come on, New York. You're costing our total here.
Yeah, you got to get there. The Aces have cut it to 16. You can get this back down to 10 by the fourth quarter. There, Asia's got 21 again, but the team has 30.
Mm-hmm.
That's just sad. I mean, I'm not in favor of players asking to be traded, but what the hell are the rest of you doing? WNBA, this is not that difficult to score. I watch guys do one move, inside, outside dribble, and boom, here you go, layup. All right.
They 9 runs now for Washington already in the 5th inning. Detroit, a little bit of vulnerability finally here with the Tigers' last couple of games getting blown out again. Replay of last night right now with the Nats.
Here's the thing. Jackie Young to get 10 points, she has 4, is minus 115. She averages 16 points on the year.
Seattle just surged back to the lead here on Atlanta. As far as Young is concerned, I would think that shouldn't be a problem to.
I kind of feel that's the
I have with her. If anything about I don't want to interrupt your train of thought on the offense, but it looks like she's playing that post title run defense here last season and a half, pretty much.
Yeah.
You said it too, I think.
Yeah, so we got the big second quarter, which took the over right after the terrible first quarter. We got 30 points, but it looks like we're going to possibly get close to a 50-point second quarter. Gray's up to 6 rebounds. There's your casher. Good job. Glad I told you on that. Canada's got 13. That's another good play. Great job.
Hey, you know me and the ladies, Sean. I could read them like a book. That's why I'm still single after all these years, and you just celebrated your 25th wedding anniversary. If I knew what I was doing. Sparks by 9 here, looking pretty good. They're just winding down the first half here with Seattle and Atlanta. It's going to be close here as Atlanta has a possession or 2 left. They're down 2 in the game.
See, that's the shot.
Yankees got to run. They're batting here with a couple guys on base too, 3-2. Volpe just had a base hit, RBI.
Asia just got called for one of the weakest fouls ever.
Mm-hmm.
There's a slight bump there, but she was going out of bounds anyway.
That's what Asia's saying right there too. Even Hammond is laughing at it, but
I mean that's Asia's 3rd though. Yeah, and they're going to challenge this. They're going to lose, but they're going to challenge this.
Yeah. It's just one that you can't really argue. You know, I understand it, but that's just an official's call. There's nothing that really can change about it, I don't think.
Because she does touch her. There's nothing you can say. What a block. Oh, crap. Alive. Emily Angsler with a massive block, and she's down. Oh, she got the wind knocked out of her.
Yeah. Looking at that here.
Yeah. Huge block on Diamond Miller. I really wish one book would ever give me defensive props. I would be so happy for defensive props. I'd be playing steals blocks every single night. It's amazing how many steals there are. Oh, some of it just really bad offense, but yeah. Hamby's got Stewart's got 11 and 8. She hasn't scored in the second quarter.
Yeah, she just got rejected here a moment ago. They're actually reviewing it, though. I'm not going to change the situation, but there's an overturned call. LA did. Oh, let me see if I don't want to describe it wrong here. You maybe are seeing. I don't know if you're focused on that game or not, but
I'm going back.
Sparks are doing a great job, man. What can you say other than
without John Quell Jones, this team can be beat. It's just that simple. They don't have the size. The Jonquel Jones should be immediately
I
asking for.
understand. You don't let the Sparks come in here and beat you as a double-digit favorite, but I know what you're saying.
But if you're not getting, let's say Ionescu hasn't scored in weeks. She's 1 for 11 today. There's something wrong with her that she's.
Oh no, everyone. That's the big question going into tonight. Really, right? What's the deal?
Like you're almost like, please stop shooting. Kennedy Burke is on fire, and you still can't take advantage of it. You're getting nothing from Sabali. She's basically on the floor, but she only played 5 minutes. Phoebus is already out. They already went right back to Phoebus really quick, and Stewart's just playing the center. And then from an LA team, again, you look at a team that has pieces. You have Derek Hamby. You can hate her all she want, but she's a solid 15 and 8 player.
I'm not hating on De'Erica Hamby. Come on. But I know what you're saying. I know what everybody's saying.
Ezra Stevens, not the greatest defensive player, but she's a 10 to 12 point scorer. We already talked about Kelsey Plum. There's capable players there that can score. Now, can they play defense? Another question for Kaya Jackson, who I think is ready to murder the coach because she just doesn't fit in with the system. I don't know why, but she just doesn't seem to be gelling. She seems to be the odd man out that seems to be just kind of lost in the system. But yeah, I mean, you got 39-37. So you ended up with a 48-second point quarter. So you're still under the total, but you're just slightly under the total at 158. The live total is 156.5. So another Natasha Howard's just owning the glass here, doing pogo sticks for offensive rebounds. What a terrible pass by Chelsea Gray. Natasha Howard just plays a little bit of effort. Kelsey Mitchell goes right around Elias Stokes, who I think is one of the worst fives in the league. That's the one position they really thought. I mean, I think they should start Elisa Smith. I really do. I don't think they like to have Stokes because she could shoot the outside three, but rebound the basketball is a bigger issue for them.
Maybe that's in the plan. You just don't come in and I guess shake it up that much. But right now,
I mean, Stokes has given him 3 rebounds, no points, no assists. She's missed 2 shots that she's taken. She does have 1 block. Lloyd and Young aren't doing any better, but I just don't think she has the size or the girth to really go after the rebound like she should at times. Howard's got 10 and 5 right now, so we're still on pace. That can't be right. She just had 3 straight rebounds. Yeah, I'm off by a minute. Okay. Let me go back. Howard's got 10 and 8. Yep, there we go. We cashed the Howard 7.5 plus money for Howard. Second thing I want. So I gave Sydney 3 things. So the only thing left is Paige Becker's 17.5 points of the 3-team parlay I gave my daughter. How much does Becker's have? They're up 15 too. Dallas is up 15. Come on, Mercury can't do this to me 2 games in a row. Becker's got 8. Zaya James has got 7. Quinterly's got 7. Wow. Where's his Phoenix great defense?
Well, no, that's what I wouldn't want to oversell it there. I mean, I wasn't saying that I didn't, like I said, there weren't many Quinterly. I don't know if there were a lot of props out there, but just want to see Copper right now. Look, so far, I'm not ever going to question any defense matched up against anybody, but let me.
You just
hold on here.
What are they shooting for 3? That's the first thing I'm going to check and see. They're shooting 75%, but Dallas is only attempted 3. There we go. Let's go.
Was the bases loaded? I think
you're in the over in this game.
Yeah, I'm on the over in the Yankee game for sure.
All right, now we go to the absolute famous 5th inning, where first 5s go to die. and we'll see what happens here. So we got to get a 52-point opening quarter for Mercury in Dallas. 6 points for Sabali, 4 points for Copper, 2 points for Smith. Shooting 38%. Asia's still going on. They've cut this to 13. 83% for the Dallas Wings. They're 10 of 12 from the field. That's not going to continue.
I think I said when I said I was on Dallas and over, I thought I said I expect them to shoot 80% in the first quarter, didn't I?
Yeah, I remember hearing that. I'm just wondering, I was hoping to see what we could get Mercury on. Asia's all over. Oh, she missed her shot. She got too little happy there. Big three here by the Fever to go back up 16.
Yeah, Boston's the night.
Tasha Howard, and once again, they can't get the offensive rebound, which leads to a Kelsey Mitchell three.
Boy, that's they're nailing those threes here right now. Are the Fever?
But it's threes off offensive rebounds. You have to be able to. Again, this is where I sit there and say, if I turn to this team's issue is no secondary scorer and defensively giving up way too many looks from the other team. You cut this to 13, and then you've given up 3 threes, two back-to-back threes. How did the threes come? Threes came off offensive rebounds. You can't do that. You can't go down, get this to where you want it, and then give up a three. Then you miss your shot because you started to feel a little happy with yourself because you kind of rushed it. And then you give the offensive rebound to get the three. Hey, Stokes actually got on the board.
Liberty came back to take the lead for a moment, although LA has since gone back ahead. But it's a real close game now. They're back in it clearly, and now Ionescu 3-pointer just went. Hey, did you there? She heard what you were saying. So 58-57 right now. As she
not going to go 1 for 20.
This crowd giving her a lot of support there. She nailed this one from way downtown.
Well, Young's got 6 and going to the line. This 10 points might be free. Seattle minus 1.5 line. KG likes he's my other WNBA buddy. He likes Seattle 39-37. I like Atlanta. I think they're too good at home. And if the game's on the line, I think Reiner actually plays. I don't know why she does it, but I always sit there and watch when the game is on the line and they're in a close game. All of a sudden, Brittany Griner starts demanding the basketball and starts shooting tremendously. I don't know if it's because she's really a guy and she just doesn't want to look multiple dominant out there, but that's my theory. That she kind of gives it a half-assed job until the end. Go. What's the best bet in the WNBA? Well, all the games are already going on. So at this point, it'd be tough to give out a best bet in the WNBA.
No, but I think if you judging from what you have here and something where I'm not putting it in your, making you say anything, but I mean, that Seattle Atlanta game is in the balance, and I don't know if anything's much changed. I know we're an opposite there, but I
couldn't tell you the best bet. I mean, the one play I would look to get if I would play, I mean, Asia Wilson's probably going to score anytime she needs to try to keep this team in the game. She's got 25 now. Probably a good chance she scores 35. Yeah, the WNBA is stupid. They decided to put all 5 games all looped at an hour difference. I don't know why there's not a 10 o'clock game.
We're on Nuke The House channel with Sean Fox, and we're not going to stay here till 9:30. Okay, we're going to do our
we're going to stay way past 9:30. It's the CFL game. If you're looking for a bet to make, I'd make the CFL bet at 9 o'clock. I'd make the minus 3.5
for the game to start for the man.
All right, KG and D are laughing because I said he's a guy and he's just waiting to play. So, I mean, if you look at live bets, Asia 35 is probably a good bet. Kelsey Mitchell probably's got a good chance to get to 25 tonight. As long as the Aces continue to kind of claw back their way into this, like I said, they just got it down to 13. They're winning the third quarter. They just can't go on here where they have this. You have a Jackie Young. I mean, we've got another challenge that goes. I think Becky Hammond's going to lose this challenge as well. I think she's going to be 0 for 2 on challenges. You got the Liberty up 6.
Yeah.
Storm Dream, does it mirror the second quarter like I have? I like the over 157.5. I think that has a chance. Yes, the worst scheduler in sports does play for the WNBA. I highly recommend that. I mean, you've got to consider looking at the Wings right now, up 11. But again, we don't think they're going to shoot 80% for the game. I'm pretty confident on that. I mean, right now, the best bet that I would make would probably be Zach Collaros over 1.5 passing touchdowns for Winnipeg -3.5.
Okay, but that is not the best bet in the WNBA.
That is not the best bet in the WNBA, but that would be the best bet on the board right now. Ari McDonald to score 10 points, hasn't taken a shot since the second quarter. To score 2 more baskets. Why that comes into play? Late in the game, she is going to get, if she gets fouled, she's going to shoot free throws. Ionescu's exploded. She's up to 13 points now. Cloud's got 9. Ionescu's got 6 and 5. So we're not too bad with that. We still need Brandon Stewart, who has 2 points in the second half, to figure out where the basket is.
Yeah, 10-point lead all of a sudden here.
Yep, just an absolute flow up here. And we get another offensive rebound. It's another Kelsey Mitchell 3. And it's another almost offensive rebound here for the Fever. As we cashed the Natasha Howard double-double plus 390. Let's go. I'm not allowed to play anything. Yay. Ring the bell, ring the bell, ring the bell. Let's go. All right, because I get in trouble. KG wants Brazilian soccer. All right, let me take a look at that, KG. I do not have that listed on my games that I'm looking at. I kind of dropped that league. I just had too many games. So you were betting. Who the crap are we betting?
I think it's a Serie B.
The Serie B super bet. All right, we were betting the Atletico Go, who got demoted. They used to be at Serie A, did they? I used to bet them in Serie A. All right, so we were betting over 2.5. They played 14 games, 27 goals. CRB's played 14 games, 26 goals. And last 3 matches, 2023 is the last time, but it was 2-1, 2-1, 2-1. I could see why he's going with the over 2.5.
That should be plus 20 there, right?
It should be, because CRB has not played, is played 2 games in their last 10 where they scored, where they had 3 goals in the game. Okay. So Atletico home, kind of, you've had 3 games in their last 10 where they've scored over 2.5. I'm not gonna tell you on that. Asia misses the basket, but she's fouled. This should be the only thing the Aces do. Go down, throw it to Asia. Go down, throw it to Asia. Go down, throw it to Asia. So like I said, Asia was probably your best WM bet, 34.5. She's going to get to about 27 right now. She's a pretty decent free throw shooter. She might have to play 900 minutes in this game to keep them in this game. That's the only downside. She's got 26. The Mercury has clawed back. It's now down to 9. Copper's got 11 already. That's a good play. We got Thomas with 4 assists. And we got Beckers with 8 points. Isaiah James, who you never get on a book, has got 10. Down to 7. Here come the Mercury. Heavily favorites. All right, they're going full court pressure here versus the Aces, and that might be the worst full court pass I've ever seen. that was a bunch of players in junior high that the other team turned around and pressed, and they didn't know what to do.
That'll
They
bring
had
all the Sophie Cunningham players to their feet.
So we were going to sit there and say Sophie Cunningham with a great steal here, but this was a piss poor setup, coaching staff, whatever you're talking. You want to talk about Becky Hammond? Okay. The other team turns and presses, and
we throw the ball backwards in the backcourt to our try to throw the ball.
They double the one outlet person to have. They throw it high into the air towards the sidelines. The girl does actually catch it, then actually makes the pass back to the inbounder, and then makes a blind pass in the middle of the court. It is a simple, easy steal. And
I don't know if,
2 points. No player on the Aces came back to help. Like, they weren't watching what was going on. This took about 6 seconds. Not one player crossed half court.
I don't know if Cunningham was celebrating there or she was actually laughing.
Your coach has to look at that and say, they're clueless.
Well, that's why they call it, at least they call it timeout out of embarrassment.
I mean, you got to call timeout there because you got to say, what the hell were you doing? You should have known how to beat that in junior high. Even in rec, you should have known how to do it. Hey, the other guy's in trouble. Let's run down and help. And the other reason was the girl didn't have to pass. She wasn't in trouble. She could have just dribbled. It was a token pressure. This was, okay. I'm losing myself here in this game. But, all right, so they're going to start again. They're going to play, looks like a little 2-quarter court, full court token pressure. And all they're trying to do is just make them waste some of the clock here so they don't have enough time to get it down to Asia. And Asia hasn't touched the ball, and it's going to be Tiffany Mitchell runs through, drive. Ari McDonald with a great defensive play there, but steps out of bounds.
Yeah, she brings.
I mean, this whole Fever team is excited, having fun. They don't have a freaking clue what the Aces. I'm sorry. This is where I look at Becky Hammond and go, what are you doing? And they're going to throw it down to Asia. The Fever are fine to let her score. Asia's going to bitch and moan and yell something as she scores. She's going to get up to now 28 points, and it's an and 1, so now she's got a chance for 29. I mean, she's got to be absolutely pissed at this. I mean, right now you got to be talking to Alyssa Smith and say, you need to talk to your wife. She needs to complain. We badly need an experienced guard here that has a clue.
Clark Schmidt wasn't having a great night, Sean, but Clark Schmidt officially leaves the game with some tightness. I'm going to get more details on that, but it wasn't pulled because he was ineffective, even though it's 3-3. I think forearm tightness, I want to say. So not great news, but hopefully it'll be okay.
Nope. Cunningham bricks a 3, so that gives him a chance, and then they go down and they shoot a terrible 3. Somebody who should not shoot shoots.
Infield single here on a chopper for Milwaukee. They're going to tie the game up at 1 here in the 4th.
Mitchell with another basket, and then you get a foul underneath on Natasha Howard, who goes tumbling into the deck. So this is going to be an and 1 opportunity. Mitchell's got 20. We talked about her getting 25. Really good chance. Stewart's got 13 and 10. She's got a double-double. We need one more assist or rebound from Cloud. Stevens gets her 10 points. But they're down 9. So we're going to have to hold on. Kelsey Plum has decided not to show up at all this game. And Natasha Howard's going to make the and 1 opportunity. And there's the 20 points. And this is the question. Asia's got 29, but they're down 20. She's now finally off the court for the last 2 minutes. And the Aces are clueless on what to do. So they call her the point guard, but she has no clue what she's doing. Instead, it's a kick out to Jackie Young, who misses. Alyssa Smith gets the rebound, and she's fouled. It's somehow. Ramon says Scott is just running so hot. That's what Smoke and Mirrors would like to tell you.
Hi, Smoke. Nice to see you there in the chat. My brother, Smoke and Mirrors.
All right. So
he's a well-trusted capper. Hey, Toronto just took the lead as well in that game. They're back up in front here, 5-3. After I just mentioned the pitching change. Clayton Beater had to come in actually, and that should be good news for Toronto. So they've done some damage here with Nathan Luke's 2-run double, 5-3, bottom of the fourth here.
We got 7 rebounds for Alicia Gray. Does she get 10?
What I wanted to add though, so last night we didn't hang around there for the end of to see Kershaw, but you saw Muncy with that hyperextended knee. He's going to miss 6 weeks, Sean.
Yeah, but they've got like 13 second base.
No, they're the Dodgers. I mean, they're going to bring up another great. They're probably going to land somebody too. They'll probably get probably have too many third basemen by the end of the. But bummer for it was a gruesome injury though for sure. It was amazing. He was able to kind of walk off.
Yeah, I mean that's the one question when you look at this is just can they stay healthy? I mean, you've got Rojas is the guy that's going to take his temporary placement, but looking at the roster, Enrique Hernandez can play third. Obviously, Tommy Edmonds played third before. Miguel Rojas, who will take the stop. Haisu Kim has played third before. So you have other guys who could definitely play third base. But again, they could also go out and get someone. I heard the greatest thing they were like talking about, and the D will probably throw up listening to this. But the one conversation I had today is the Yanks were trying to talk to the Padres about Fernando Tatis to see if the Padres wanted to get out of the contract. And look, no Asia Wilson, and so far the aces have spilled around, and I think Cunningham just gave him the one-finger salute right there. They're having a blast right now, pissing off this aces team as much as possible. The Mercury make a run, and then the Wings hit some outside shots. Chelsea Gray tries to get the ball, reaches over and fouls her. Actually, Jewel Lloyd fouls her. I apologize.
Yeah, my sweats turned into the Liberty and the Sparks all of a sudden here a little bit, even though I felt like we had a good call. But, so Liberty up by 9 here, 6 minutes to go.
You can get out of the Liberty bet right now. It's 8.5. So, I mean, we've got 11.
Not when you're a public capper on YouTube, Sean.
You still can get out of it. You still can go for the window. There's nothing wrong with going for a window.
No. As someone who needs to make money off of betting,
yes.
Surprised how many times I end up on both sides of the team, but do try to talk pregame with giving the best information, no doubt.
All right, KG's letting us know in this Brazilian Serie B lineup. All right, we got Alicia Nye hit a 3. Bill Nye's illegitimate daughter hits a 3 and cuts it to the 21. So you had great momentum. Let's talk that game was 13 points. You came down. You took a really quick 2-point shot, Asia. She missed it. They came down, hit a 3. Then you didn't get the offensive rebound. Then it was 19 points, and from then on, it never got any closer. Mystics and Lynx are tied at 34. Again, this is up, down, quick pace. Take the shot. This is the way the Mystics want to play. It's not winning the ball, but it's the way they want to play for some reason. Collier misses. Good rebound there for Citron.
CRB's got a goal here. We're gonna have an upset.
Jade Melbourne completely shoves Natasha Heidemann out of the way. Nice forearm shiver right there. She's called for the offensive foul. Phoenix pulls it within 6, and then Dallas hits the next shot, couple shots. Dallas cannot miss. They're having some defensive problems. Thomas only has 2 points, does have 4 assists. Sabali only has 6. That's not good for them at all. Beckers has got 11. Isaiah James has got 15, who's not known as a good shooter. She's 5 for 5. Quinterly's 4 for 7. Yaru's got 6 and 4, causing all kinds of problems. This would be a bad loss for the Mercury, who have already had a couple bad losses on the year. All right, the Blue Jays get 2 more in the bottom of the 4th, it looks like, after the Yankees tied it up. So it's 5-3 Blue Jays. We cashed the first 5 on the Angels, 4-0. That was a no sweater. Seattle, Atlanta's going to run us all the way to the ground here, 46-46. 5 minutes to go. Odd quarters are really low-scoring turns. Sparks are making a run here. Cut it to 6.
Yeah, I'm waking up a little bit. See, as soon as I said it, they kind of started getting back involved here a little bit. So I'm really
we cashed Natasha Cloud, rebounds, assist. That's another casher for us. So she's got 5 and 5. So we'll take that money.
What are we gonna have a 200-point game in Dallas tonight?
Possibly. There's 87 points. I mean, this is. I mean, Dallas is still shooting 65%, 62% from 3, 5 for 8. Mercury's shooting 3 for 12, 37% from the field. Both teams get into the free throw line over 10 times in the first half. Yeah, I don't want to see that. Don't put Kelsey Mitchell on the bench. Come on. I need 3 more points.
Well, you're right, because you're right. Well, I expect I expect them to get in there one more time for sure. I know it's just starting the 4th quarter, and it is a 21-point lead, but well,
here's the question I'm going to tell you right now, and this is she goes right to the line to get fouled. Is I jump in Ari McDonald. Ari McDonald is going to play right now, and she's going to get fouled. She's got 6 points. She only needs to get 10.
What energy she brings to any team she's on.
She's a good player. I don't know why how players don't pick her up, and they just picked it up and they dropped her. Yeah, so we got a good chance at Ari McDonald. She's going to get to 7 now. We just need we're going to need 3 more points to get the 9.5. But it was available a second ago, and now it's gone. So now she's got 8. Donald's going to play a lot the rest of the way. At least if I can hit that, and then I'll make up for the small bet loss that I'll have with Mitchell's reload.
Hey, I know. Summer League, NBA Summer League starts on Saturday.
I can't wait. I love the Summer League. I'll look at rosters that we'll go through. So, I mean, it's Utah first, right?
Yeah. Well, no, the California
California goes first.
Yeah, because Spurs and Heat in the other, but Lakers play Warriors. Here, there's 4 games on Saturday. Let me get it. I better make sure I get all my. I better get my Summer League straight before I go spouting off with you here a little bit. But we got these WNBA. We could talk about it here in a few. We're gonna have once these games end here. Well, hey, we still only have time here in some of these. But funny, I talk about that Wings game, and then the Lynx are at halftime, 43-38, still 81 points there. It's kind of going over, but.
All right. So Mitchell Boston for some reason is playing. I mean, what is the point of Boston playing right now? Try to get her a double-double?
You're playing the Aces, Sean. I mean, I know that we're making fun of them a little bit here, but this,
They're 8-8.
Game's over by 23 points here with 8 to go.
They're under the Mystics. 2-0 NYFC.
Oh, jeez. Angels got another run, 5-0. I might need Angels get all the runs here for my over there because the Braves are getting shut out here. Sparks down 8, 4:49 to go. Definitely got some sweat going on both sides in total for me right now. It feels like it's going to come right down the wire on that one with the number anyway.
I will say some guys scored that I've never heard of. 8 rebounds for Gray, 10 points for Brianna Jones, 16 points for Jordan Canada. SWK has given him 0 points. Maybe she shouldn't play. The bench for Atlanta has given them 4 points. That's not good, just to let you know. Seattle's bench has only given him 6 points, though.
Real quick. So just look it up real quick. I'll let you get back. But Summer League, they've actually coordinated the times. So Utah and California tournaments are simultaneous, and they've actually kind of coordinated the times for TV. So it kind of goes like the intervals. It's on. Well, maybe not. But actually, they're both playing the same day.
Yeah, I actually love NBA Summer League because it can be one. If you start to know the coaches, you start to kind of know their tendencies. And that's the biggest thing to know because who's going to actually try to win and who's not. It looks like the rosters aren't even finalized for California.
No, they're really not. I mean, I have some like auto plays that I'm going to be on here right away, but
you're going to be on Bronny James because he's
I'm
going to play.
I'll be on Miami over the Spurs in that first game. I'm pretty sure about that.
Yeah, you got to look at the rosters. You got to look at.
I'll wait. I don't know if you get excited.
Who they think that they're going to play. But you got me excited here. You sat there and get me there. So I've got to look and go, okay, who's on the roster that's possibly playing?
Gotcha.
Now you had me look into this, and I'm not. How are the rosters not finalized?
Would you just wait here and do the end of the NBA of the WNBA? You can cover that. Gotcha.
There you go. KG gets the 1-1 there on Atletico. Okay, have you heard the other thing of have you heard the Gary Payton should be reviewed as gambling?
Is it something new or?
It hasn't really been official, but guys with these gambling are now going in and looking at different things that happened in games. And there's some very questionable things on some of Gary Payton's games, especially if you sit there and you listen to his talking on the guys from the bench on some big blowouts. Here, I'll send it to you. You can watch this on your phone. Game that they were up 17 and the line was 17.5. You can hear him talking to Steph Curry and goes, "Oh no, they're going to shoot again." And then you watch him take the shot, and he's in a 17-point win. He's the guy who's completely elated, and one of the times he loses. I mean, yeah, they're going to win this game by 100.
Continue. I mean, they're just can't miss here right now. The Fever.
All right, so we do have the Golden State Warriors roster. So the Golden State Warriors roster, players who could score. This is what I always look at. Jules Bernard is going to score. Will Richard is going to score. Isaiah Mobley's always had a very good summer league. And I'd probably say LJ Cryer's got a good chance. Those are guys who could put up some points. So those are probably your 3 main scorers on this team. But other than that, that team's kind of weak. If we look at the Los Angeles Lakers roster, Dalton Connect's going to play. Bronny James is going to play. Now, the question is, how long are these guys going to play? Bronny James should play the whole entire game. Evening, man. What's up, dude, DB? Yeah, we're getting ready to go to CFL here. We got Winnipeg, Calgary here. We get to see if Calgary's for real. Shocking that it looks like they're going to make a quarterback change on a 2-1 football team. Detroit adds 2 more. So way goes past the over. It's 5-9 right now. So 2 more added from Detroit. 2 men on, and Washington gets out of it. The Angels we talked about are up 5-0. The Cubs game in Atlanta, 10-point game for the Liberty, 17 points for Stewie. We do need her to at least get 3. That would be nice if she does. And Escu's actually shown up to get 15 points here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sweating this one out for sure, but it's down to 5. I'm feeling pretty good. I don't know if my total's going to get there. It'd be close. We were at 157, and we could get into the foul game a little bit.
Yeah, the white flag's been raised with 6 minutes to go in the aces. Everybody's done. Asia's crying. I kind of on the bench being really pissed.
Watson, here's what she did. She went.
Sparks made a big 3 here, cut it to 5.
Yeah, and then the 3-pointer makes it 84-76. Oh, boy, if I get edged out here, but.
So NECA's going to work here for Seattle. Canada's going to work. She's got 18. Gray's got 10 and 8. Brianna Jones got 10 and 5. The bearded one has got 6 and 3. We'll see again. We haven't got to the 4th quarter, and she comes alive. We got the Dallas Wings up 18 both quarters, 50-point quarters. From Mercury, are supposed to have the best defense. That's just sad. Whitcomb is 1 for 6, all from 3. Beckers has got 14. Isaiah James has got 20. Quinterly's got 9. I mean, it's basically James and Beckers beating the crap out of him. For my daughter to cash a nice plus 600 is going to be Joey. We're going to need 4 points from Paige, and then we're going to need Joey Chestnut to get 1 hot dog. Really good chance for Joey Chestnut to get 1 hot dog. We got 2 goals if you tailed KG in the Brazilian Serie B matchup. So if you're hunting for some action, looks like he's going to give you a winner there. Good job. And we got CFL getting ready to start here. All right. Can't wait for the CFL game. That's actually most exciting. Let's look at this roster. This Lakers roster is pretty nice. You're going to get Dalton Knecht. You're going to get Bronny James. You're going to get R.J. Davis. I think R.J. Davis is going to have no issue scoring. You're going to get a guy who's been in the league for 6 seasons, has played around different, once had a whole lot of promise, and is apparently going to play summer league. 6 seasons in the league. Darius Baisley bounced around on a bunch of teams, but always another guy who puts in another 15 points. Julian Reese is going to be another solid player for them. Trey Jemison. They convinced Trey Jemison to play summer league. That's okay. That shouldn't happen. Jemison's a solid NBA player. He's been in the league for 2 years. Arthur Kalamo is also going to play. He's also another guy who's had very good summer leagues on a variety of different teams. So far, I like this Laker team. Miami Heat, we'll see how these guys really play. They probably play 1 game, and then they're ready to play in Vegas. Khalil Ware is going to play. So if you're playing the Heat, I play
Miami gung ho this first game for sure. I mean, I don't know. Can I give a play out on the show here? I want to take. I see the line. It's 4. I'm ready to go.
If I got the line, I'm going to look at the lines right now. I have to look at the rosters first before I sit there and start giving out lines in summer.
All right. Calm me down.
You gotta look. I love summer league. Like I said, I should have realized it was that quickly, but yeah, I was kind of planning another trip. So
I'll make a prediction on who's going to win the Vegas Summer League before we're off the air here. But I like a favorite and I like a long shot.
All right, so I've got to find where I can find Summer League. You got a line.
Yeah. Early speculation. I mean, remember the Vegas Summer League doesn't start until a couple weeks still. Or
FanDuel's not having any lines in the Summer Leagues yet.
Okay.
Let me see if DraftKings does.
I'm getting mine off of Bet Online, so.
Okay, I figure I can go on Bet.
But also, I've seen them at Draft. I think DraftKings does have them.
That's what I'm looking.
Critical
type Summer League. Summer League makes me feel fun. All right, Summer League. We do have the Heat -3.5. I'll give that. I'll just take that straight up as a play. I like that. So here's who they're going to run. They're going to run Khalil Ware. I'll agree with that. They got Pele Larson, another guy who also got pretty good minutes. They're going to run Kashad Johnson. Those are going to be probably the three primary scorers.
Mm-hmm.
Omar Bala is going to play in the middle, so you've got a very good rebounder there. You also have Golding coming over in from Michigan and FAU playing. And the rookie Kasparis is going to really want to show out here since he fell so far in the draft. So I think he has a pretty good game. So I do really like that roster. And I can see why you're on the -3.5.
All right. Official Ramon Nuke the House. Not official Nuke the House, but I mean on this show. So I'm not, anything I say here is not to be held against the record of the Nuke the House team. But I'm taking Miami as my play here on the show, -4 over the Spurs.
Yeah, so you're looking at the Spurs. Dylan Harper's probably going to get a very good run from them. Carter Bryant's the other guy that I really kind of like. But I don't see him as a big-time scorer. He's going to be a guy that more kind of fills up the box score. The interesting guys they have on their roster that they can probably get some good points would be Harrison Ingram. Coming in, a guy who really didn't get a lot of play this year. It's going to be a play. Here in Diallo is going to come into play here.
Yankees Toronto Barger home run. I think that's the over there. Keep your thinking cap on. But I think I got an over there winner with the Yankees at Toronto.
Yeah, we're going to sweat this Liberty game, aren't we? We got 9 points with 40 seconds to go.
Yeah, but I can't believe I'm going to actually get. Oh man, this is going to be close, right? Man, it could land like right on this number. Either way, here they're
still sweating to see if Stewart.
They're not fouling here. They're letting them dribble out, and so there'll be a turnover, and LA might just hand the ball and dribble out as well. I think. No, Sabrina wants to shoot. She got fouled. She's going to the line with 13.2 left. So this is going to land like I might lose by half a point side and total here. No, it's going to be probably.
Sabrina who had 2 points and we made fun of is going to get 20. Cloud's going to get well over her 12.5, and Stewie, who had 11 in the first quarter, first half, is going to end up with 17, and we're not going to get her.
So, Sean, here's what I need LA to do is just go down and score an easy bucket to give me the side and the total. Otherwise, I'm going to push here, even though I did take the good number, and LA is just going to dribble it out, actually lose. But I don't think they're going to even take a shot. It's going to finish 168. I lose the total over for the most part. Push the side here. Granted, I was on a lot of shows taking more than 10 points all over the last 2 days, but that does land 10 right on the number. Always going to give myself, it's easy to go on here and say, I had it win, but let's just be fair. Landed 10 right on the number, and I lose that total over for the most part. Stays under at 168.
I have 11, so I'm fine. And I took the 8.5.
Hey, whatever. You weren't listening.
That's what we were talking about.
I won all my bets on Las Vegas. Plus,
I also had the money line, and I had Stevens.
I don't want the one person who showed up at the last possible second when I was on some show today and the line was already down to 10. And I said, I still like Las Vegas. So,
dude, you gave us so many winners. We hit Paige Becker's 2 threes. We talked about that. Alicia Gray 6 rebounds at plus money.
yeah.
We hit the Natasha Howard at 8 rebounds. We hit Natasha Howard at the double. A lot of wins. We hit the Ionescu 4 rebounds. It's going to be a very good night. I mean, the Aces obviously just there. You hit the Fever. That was a great play for you. I took finally the Fever minus 19.5. I didn't think the Aces at this point were there. I'm going to lose the cashbacks on Asia and Kelsey, but other than that, I mean,
well, we're gonna have a good finish here with the Seattle game too. Seattle and
and I mean the Lynx have started to pull away here. They're up 8. We'll see how Washington responds here. Get it out of Brittany Sykes' hands is the first bet. It looks like they're just going to double Shakira Austin. She doesn't know that she's supposed to pass when 2 people double her. I took Courtney Williams at 12 points. That looks pretty good. Copper's already got 10. Ionescu got her 8 rebounds, right? Or she got 6? She got stuck at 6. Okay. Plum didn't get 15 points. Not surprising. She's sometimes such a big letdown. Fever and Aces is going to go way under if you're on any of the unders in that game. That's going to Kelsey Mitchell's still in this game for some reason. So I think I just cashed my Kelsey Mitchell reload because she decided to stay in the game when they're up 24. So still wait. Not going to get my Aaron McDonald because Kelsey Mitchell's in the game in a 24-point game. And, of course, all she's going to do is shoot 3. So I got their 25, so that's good. I go 1-1. So I get the Kelsey. I lose the other one with that. Seattle's going to be a good game. That's going to be a tough one right to the end. Gray, the Alicia Gray rebounds assist should be easy. She's probably going to get that at rebounds only. I need NECA to get 6 rebounds. We'll see if that happens. And Paige to get 20 points. It's got a really good chance here. I still can't believe they're down 18, but they've done this before. I got my Detroit team total over 4.5, so that was good. I lose the Jackie Young. I will tell you that. And I'm really going to look at this Winnipeg game here to there, and then we're going to probably discuss some World Cup action. McDonald's going to go in, and she's going to get fouled. She's going to go to the line, and she's going to lay on the ground like she's been shot. So she's going to go to the line here. Chance to get her 10. I can't believe Brianna Stewart couldn't get 3 damn points. That's the part that pissed me off. My daughter's going to be happy, though. I'm going to make her close to $200 for the weekend. And she misses the layup. She gets off. It's a rebound back. No, she gives it back. No, don't give it back. Don't give it back.
Imagine getting plays from Sean Fox delivered to your to phone or device or computer like his daughter.
Final.
That's kind of what you get when you subscribe to Nuke the House with Sean Fox plays. I get them right here. I mean, it comes right up. I mean, you don't think I'm kidding right here on my look at everybody. I mean, come on. Am I not? I don't come on here and lie about this stuff, okay? I get the Sean Fox plays right here to my device as a subscriber to Nuke the House. So if you want to sit here and roll with these, he's just not spewing them off on the thing, and you're like, what is it? They're right here. I mean, they're all proven. He's been typing them in all game, all day, and I've been getting them here. A lot of these were earlier today, but you know what I mean, brother.
Yep. It's definitely, I mean,
I was just showing the earlier. Here's the ones from right now. The soccer match, for example. And yep.
So we're going to get ready for this CFL action here. Should be on CBS Sports Network, or else I'll get on CFL Plus. As long as you don't live in Canada.
Yeah, look, we're CFL fans. We watch these games in it, but I don't know. I still the early season is a little bit better because we don't. In a few weeks you'll have some preseason NFL, then you'll be rolling into some college, then it'll be and then the CFL. Look, it's. I'm not saying it's an afterthought when that starts to go on, but
It does.
more attention right now. The early season. That's just the way it is. If you're
All right.
gambler like me. But Jordan Canada's 20 points. I really missed out. Should have ramped her up there a little. I don't know if I could have ramped her up, but 20 points, Sean? I know I had to make a good call, but wow.
They took out Ari McDonald. Why?
Hey, we're getting everybody in here, okay?
I mean, Alyssa Smith is the least contesting every shot. She should be the starter. Move Stokes to the bench. Try to get some offensive rebounds so you don't get there. Dreamer down 2. This is going to be a neck and neck game.
Yeah, it is. The storm keeps surging. How about that? They keep surging to the lead, but then Atlanta keeps staying in there.
Big 3.
Oh boy, what's that score over there? Oh,
okay. 13.
All right.
Yeah, this is the Lynx looks like they were kind of pissed, and I think also the Mystics playing at a fast pace is going right into their hands.
Well, I'm okay with a big score here. I would rather take my chances here. Keep giving me points, and then give me a chance for a little backdoor.
Who's playing for the Mystics there? Who is that?
But they're just struggling getting back on defense right now, are the Mystics. But
yeah, both teams are just running back and forth. But I mean, the Mystics aren't doing it better than what the Lynx are. And I don't know why they continue to try to go at this pace. This plays in the hands of the Lynx. Kiki gets her shot completely rejected. Kiki continuing to struggle anytime Austin starts. You've got 3 players in double figures already for the Lynx.
Canada career high, Sean, 23 points.
It's going to be a close game.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be a good finish here. 66.
I mean, the Mystics are trying to score everything down low, and every time Austin gets the ball, she's getting double teamed. And letting Nafisa Collier just go right through the lane and lay it up without one person contesting the ball is really not good defense. Just want to let you know. It is not good defense. The one of the best players in the WNBA should not be able to make an uncontested layup right down the chute. Dream take the lead, 67-61. It's going to be a close one. Who's going to pull it out here in the end? 5 minutes to go. Now we're going to shift over. Because Prime, instead of having a late game where you could just shift over and go through, they're going to decide to have all the games at once. Dream up 3. Oh, so we're going to really lay on this. So have you made any bets for the World Cup, for the Team World Cup yet?
For the Club World Cup men's tournament?
Yeah, we head to Philadelphia to go watch Chelsea, but yeah.
Well, I'm probably going to be on Al Hilal for sure. No. Let me just say no at this point.
You like Al Hilal? I like the over in that game. I do not like. Yep. Smoking beers is just about drinking the beer. That's the plan right now.
Well, imbued with smoke. I mean, he's got beautiful women he's a motorcycle garage, beautiful women working on motorcycles while he sits there listening to bug zappers.
He says he's in Central Virginia, so he's trying to figure out where Central Virginia is. Are you considering Richmond, Central Virginia?
Foul here. Atlanta by 1 here, 69-68, 4:39 left. And 4 games also on the Major League Soccer card for July 4th, I see. And Sean, I'm sorry, we should have mentioned with Jota's passing. Man, that was a bummer. I was watching.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bummer. It's not just Jota. I mean, Andre Silva, who I bet for years when he played for Eintracht, goals, who's his brother, obviously with different parents, but was also in the car, and he passed as well, too. Both played to the Portugal national team. So both very good players, both complete bad loss. We'll wait for the coming days to see what happened. And it does look like there's some speeding involved, maybe a possible blown tire at a high speed. And they hit the wall and the car blew up.
Final.
So, we'll see. What was the final?
The Fever game. I think you already saw it or said it.
Yeah.
But that was a double winner for me. So 3-1 there with 4 games there. Lost that total by 2 points. So I don't want to. I'll call it a push on the 10. But again, I'm like Sean. I did have not just 11. I had 12 out there. I mean, remember this game opened 13, closed 10, or 12.5 maybe was the general opener. But yeah, double winner here for sure with that Fever game in the under for me.
Yeah, the links are gonna cover.
It is the Stampede Bowl coming up. Blue Bombers. But yeah, Lynx pulling away here by 15 now.
Props, I like this game. I like Dempsey to get 51.5. It's on the board. We like Caleres to get some touchdowns. I'm interested. This is going to be PJ Walker. How this is going to go. The great PJ Walker. The Lynx can't miss here. They're going to win this game by 20.
Detroit 2 more, 9-7. Detroit probably not done. Middle of coming the bottom of the 8th though, but 9-7 now.
Well, see if they can get it within 1.5. Oh, they kicked out, wrong pass. Ends up working out perfect, but definitely made the wrong read.
Cleveland and Cubs cruising along in a no score there. Remember I said under there for sure, but went with Cleveland, but still no score, top of the 5th. That Cleveland Cubs game tonight. We're down to 3.5 minutes now. Atlanta and Seattle.
All right. CBS Sports Network is going to have the game most likely. So Mystics trying to hang in there in a 90,000th game.
That was the Fever's first win over the Aces in 16 years, Sean.
Mercury started off on a nice 13-4 run here at the third quarter. Cut it to 9.
16 games, I meant to say. Aces first loss to the Fever since 2019, 16 straight games. Let me get that right.
Yeah, the Aces were a dominant team for years. Again, they had better roster than everybody else. They had smarter players. Everyone gives Chelsea Gray all this credit for point guard and all that stuff like that. I mean, what'd she have, 2 assists? I mean, you would think that she had a better game. Yeah, she had 2 assists. Asia Wilson, your center power forward, had 29 points, and the team had 6 assists. That's terrible.
Okay, bottom of the 6th here, 1-1, Milwaukee.
Down stamps.
Soto is coming up and runners at the corners here with 1 out. So good big moment here in this baseball game with Soto coming to the plate. Quintana still in there, gets a visit from the manager.
We have a touchdown. Stamps go up top right away to start the game. Big pass from Vernon Adams actually does start. They got a rough in the passing gun, a 43-yard touchdown to Clint Barnes, and it's there. And then they get a single on the kickoff. So they're up 8-0.
Pass of the year there. That's what we were waiting for from Vernon Adams. It's going to be some points. I'm on the over here, and it's going to be some points.
Yeah, I'm on the 51.5. I definitely do think they're going to be the over. Melbourne for 3, and it's a mess. Courtney Williams gets the rebound easily. All right, let's see how we go. 3 minutes to go. Dream in the Storm coming out of a timeout. 1-point game. Right now, you've got the Storm plus 2.5. Here's your live. That's kind of odd on a 2-point game. Are the Dreams shooting free throws? They have to have the ball.
I think it's a timeout right now. So I'm with 3:05 to go.
It's a basket, so they're up 3. Just a delay. You always know the books can see what's happened way before. All right. We got another timeout 3 minutes ago. Dream up 3. I will tell you, this is not a great start. It's a great start offensively for Calgary, but first 2 plays, Winnipeg is just churning yards. Asia is the GOAT. She's the GOAT, but she's on a losing team now. They're 8-9.
Soto RBI single there, drives in a run. Make it 2-1 there. Mets take the lead.
Do you know any book that gives live props for CFL?
I will. Where are you at? You're in Florida?
No, right now I'm still back in Maryland.
Okay.
All right, we got a 3-point game. 75-72. 2 minutes to go. And Atlanta does what they should do. Throw the ball down low, get fouled, go to the line, get free throws. Again, Winnipeg getting 7 to 8 yards a clip. Patterson with another big run. It's they're running all over them right now, which is not a good start. You got Oliveira with 26 yards rushing. You got Patterson with over 26 yards rushing. Just kind of running them over right now. Dream up 4. She misses the second free throw. And there's another big run there.
Yeah, Atlanta does seem to be having their way, though. All of a sudden, they're almost unstoppable inside here over the last few possessions. It's really made a big difference.
Yeah, there's too much speed. I mean, too much size. That's Atlanta's thing. That's why I think Atlanta's they're a team that could play with the Liberty because of their size. The issue is the Liberty technically, when Fevich is back, fully ready to play, and Burke moves back to the bench, the Liberty have a bench that can actually score some points. The Atlanta really doesn't. I mean, they've got 1 or 2 players in Caldwell that could sit there and play, but they could definitely match them. They're one of the teams that can match the size of the Liberty when John Quill's back.
What a block by Emily Angsler. All right, Oliveira just running him over. Time and time again. Another big run, another run, another run. He's pumped up. He's excited. Oliveira's got 36 yards in the first drive of the game. Absolutely running him over. That's half his prop, by the way, if you were wondering. So FanDuel, and I've never checked, FanDuel only allows you to bet the total and the spread live. That's it. Should have actually took Winnipeg as soon as they scored.
Final.
Pete with a double off the wall. It's 3-1 Mets.
And you're going to have 50 yards from Oliveira here in the first thing. The only thing I always worry about running the ball, you get that one run that's not 5 or 6 yards, and you just get a drop pass, and then the drive is over. Oh, we get the big holding call here. 2nd and 6 at the 12. That's going to put a wrinkle here. Winnipeg's going to have to convert along. 2nd and 16, but where you're at, you're probably going in the end zone anyway. Brittany Sykes has her pocket pick. And Minnesota scores easy. 2-point game for the Dream. 51 seconds. Dream basketball. This is WNBA action at its finest. All right, well, they're going to be short. It's going to be 3rd and 4. Going to be at the Calgary 10. Going to be interested to see what the Winnipeg decides to do. Down 8 points. A lot of game left. Do you take the 3 or do you go for it on 3rd and 4? What's your call, Ramon?
Run.
I mean, you've been churning yards left and right. So that's kind of where. Instead, they take the 3, and it's 8-3. They're going to go back and play defense and see if their defense can hang in. I mean, Oliveira almost ran for 50 yards in the first drive. All right, Jordan Canada goes to the free throw line. She gets 1 of 2. It's back to a 4-point game. We get a miss, but the offensive rebound from Seattle. They hit the 3. They cut it to 1. 78-79. Erica Wheeler coming through. 33 seconds. What do? Atlanta's gone down every single time, drawn the foul, and got to the free throw line, but they've left points on the board at the line. Instead, they decide to shoot a 3? Up 1? What a dumbass play. 11 seconds, Seattle ball. That's just a stupid shot. I mean,
Final.
late in the shot clock, I understand, but you still don't shoot a 3. Yeah, KG said Seattle hits the 3, cuts it to 1. Seattle fouls Atlanta down 2. Yep, but they keep missing free throws. Big O says run, ha, ha, ha. I assume that's for the CFL game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they did not do that, but it would have been the right play. The Lynx are up 18, cruising right now. Citron's in danger of not getting 10 points, but she should still get some more minutes in the fourth quarter here. You've got Dallas up 9. It's at least close game. Copper is exploding. Who had Copper scoring 28 points tonight? Beckers is still stuck on 16. She needs to get at least 2. at least 4 for some people. Isaiah James has got 25. New York FC has got one more insurance goal, so they're up 3-1. They should put this one to bed during the 90th minute. And we go back to the action. Seattle, Atlanta. Smoking beers says happy birthday to America. Definitely. I went to Mission Barbecue tonight just for that. So closed tomorrow, as most restaurants should be on July 4th. So, and Seattle takes the lead. Skylar Diggins-Smith hits the bucket with 3 seconds to go. Atlanta's going to have the ball. 3 seconds to go. Who do you got taking the last shot?
Well,
Is this Canada?
I'm so far behind. I'm behind you, so I'm listening to you with play-by-play. So I'm a little out of the flow there. I think if I had to look at it here, I'd probably. Well, yeah, Canada's on fire, right? So
3 seconds, Atlanta ball. That's what we've got down right here. Normally, what they do is they throw it down to BG, and she takes the shot because it's the pass you can't really defend.
yeah, I'm laying a bad numbers. I'm going to get beat on this game at. Seattle minus 1.5 and under 160. It went all the way down to 157.5 for some of these people. So
it's going to be 32. Looks like
that's
Winnipeg's going to make the stop, and they're going to get the ball. Not great field position. They're going to have to go length of the field. Melbourne's open. She does a terrible pass to Citron, and it's an easy steal for Courtney Williams. And she's going to shoot, of course, and she's going to miss. And they're going to get the offensive rebound, and Alana Smith, and she's going to score easy. Actually, that's Pluto Makova. All right, Winnipeg's ball at the 6-yard line. Shakira Austin's going to get double teamed again. And she's going to get an and one. There they go. And it's going to be a miss. Who's going to take the shot? Because you shoot a 3. Down 1. Jordan Canada does not hit it. Not the shooter I would have had shot the ball. Would have been Alicia Gray to me. And Seattle survives a 1-point win versus the Dream at 159, which means we push on the total. And the pre-flop, when it actually went off at 158. So is that why you're shaking your head? Could you miss the under?
Yeah, I always grade myself on the toughest line to make sure that all my players, don't get beat by this. I had Seattle minus 1.5, and I had under 157.5. So I lose this one by 0.5 point on the side and a 1.5 point, I guess, on the total of 80 to 79. So that's a 159 there. So, yep.
That's 80 to 79. Now we actually hit our Brianna Stewart.
That's off. Well, those Atlanta supporters taking those points. They were an actual 1-point favorite when the game went off, but I want to make sure all my players get home safely. So apologies out there. I whiffed on this one. Lost basically by I could claim a win on the final number, but the worst number I gave out was at minus 1.5. So I am a loser there with Seattle. And even though I was on many shows and said go under as high as 162, this one did close, like you said, 158.5. Circa closed 157.5. So I'm going to just claim a couple losses. I'm sure a lot of my players won, but not all of them, or not, some of them may not have gotten there. So
Beckers decides
full transparency. This one's gone. Home run, Milwaukee, 3-2.
Beckers decides to shoot. She gets to 18. So my daughter starts her weekend off with a nice little 5-1, $500 for the weekend. So she's loving that. So we'll take that. For For those of you wondering, we talked about it all show. I gave out 3 plays to her, which was Deacon Howard, 7.5 rebounds, and Eskew, 3.5 rebounds, and Paige, 17.5 points. And she threw that together with Joey Chestnut, free square, to eat 1 hot dog.
Well, I might even eat more than 1 hot dog tomorrow.
So it paid off 5-1. So, yep. She's happy. Add that in with the money she made last week. So she's made some money on Prize Picks. All right, Winnipeg's up here again. They're going to get a first down free thanks to Calgary. Hot dogs or glizzy? What the word is a glizzy?
I don't know, but that's something when I've seen on the memes. Now I'm a little old, but like hot women with hot dogs coming on your, like, not like cooked hot dogs hitting your face or something like that. I might be wrong on that. Somebody called me out for being a little bit behind the times there last night in the chat. All
right, Paige got her 20 points.
Final.
Yep. Yep. I actually had the dream plus 1.5 because I took it last night. So I ended up winning that personally.
Look at this Calgary right here, Sean.
I don't want to look at that. I don't want to look at that.
For those of you that were wondering what I'm talking about, this one is a touchdown Calgary. The ball was taken away, pick 6 here. Yep. Caleros, what happened was on the play, Caleros just dropped back and didn't, hey, it was I guess that is not, that was a 50-50 ball, I guess what we call it.
Yeah, he definitely threw that. I'm going to get a good number here on Winnipeg.
But, man, big points here in the first quarter. We're not even down in the first quarter. It's 14-3 now.
Now, we got Mercury down 9 here. So is this the heart of a champion here? Or is this going to be them just take my heart away here? That's my question. Still got no runs in the Cubs game.
Yeah, I mean, sailing along here on this under here. And we are also getting ready here. 5-minute warning, San Francisco and Arizona with Robbie Ray and Brandon Pfaadt.
All right, I've got a lot on Phoenix Mercury. A lot more than I thought. Looked up and went, yeah, might figure out a way to hedge. 15-3 here, not the way we started, but they're good points. If you were on the over at 51.5, that's looking nice. So this also might help in my Claris bet because they're definitely going to have to throw the ball. I know the young folks, glizzy is the new name for hot dogs. What the hell is it?
Oh, is that what it is? Okay, I don't know what I'm talking about then. I thought I saw glizzy a long time ago. Like they kept showing this meme on social media with hot girl getting hit in the face with cooked hot dogs. I'm not saying I was stimulated by something like that. I do like hot women. I like hot dogs.
So you figured one of the two, might as well just go with it. Yeah. Oh.
11-7 Washington.
Final.
Redfield Devers, since he got to San Francisco, cannot hit. That whole team somehow went into the shitter after that trade. All right, so we're looking at 71-80. We're going to go in 71-81. Another almost 50-point score quarter again in this game. It's been just downright laughable. Sabli's got 18. Copper's got 28. Thomas has got 6, 6, and 9. So we're close to cashing our assist. We need one more assist to cash. Paige has got the 20 points that we needed, so that cashes. Zaya James, who we couldn't bet, got 25 points. And Yuru looks like she might get her first second double-double of the year.
Well, you wanted to know who was going to score. I just was embarrassed to say it.
The Zaya James, you had a Zaya James scoring 25
no,
points.
No, you. I mean, Yuru.
Yuru. That's who you were going to go with? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I believe that, but okay. I will see it there. I'm trying to see how do I hedge off the Mercury here.
Hey, she might, you know what? It might be the right place for her. I mean, that, look, everyone, for her position, right? I mean, maybe she just needs the right environment to excel here, and maybe Dallas will be the place for her.
All right. Possibly.
You got to be a fan of hers at least. Whether or not
I don't know why she went to Seattle. They were going to have the number 2 pick. They were going to draft Malonga. You signed as a free agent, right to a player that's going to draft at center when you already had NECA and you already had Magbavor. Why in the world would you have left? Maybe chose Seattle as your free agent destination?
2 nights. Profar's, was he been back for 2 nights? And he's hit home runs in 2 nights. Has anybody checked this guy for PED? Too soon? 5-1. Profar just hit another homer for the 2nd consecutive night.
Couldn't even tell you what team he plays for this year.
See, 5-1. Angels lead the Braves here.
Oh, he's playing for the Braves now?
Yeah.
Oh, what? Oh, Caleres makes something out of nothing. And Brady Oliveira goes back to the ground. I mean, they're I don't know why they're a little sketchy, questionable here, passing the ball. They missing somebody on the offensive line. Yankees got 2 men on, 2 outs, down 2 runs. Do we take it again? Back-to-back nights in a row.
We got Dominguez in there. I'm showing Dominguez up right now at 6-4 here. Nobody out. 2nd and 3rd. Or are you ahead of me there?
2nd and 3rd now. You're good.
Okay.
You are good. I'm just trying to figure out. So, Sparks and Fever go Saturday. You pretty much got it to jump on the Fever. I mean, do you jump on the Fever? Again, the way they played first 2 years, granted the Aces haven't been that great, but the Lakes are. Again, I'd like to see him play this way with Caitlin Clark on the floor. That would be my big worry. That they can't do this with Caitlin Clark on the floor. Also, how are the Mystics and Lynx have 4 minutes left in the game, and the Mercury and Wings are just starting the 4th quarter? How is that possible?
I don't know, but I get distracted here. Just moments ago at a rally, a Salute to America event, President Trump said on stage, "There will be a UFC fight on the grounds of the White House." Obviously, that's not official, but I mean, if this guy wants something to happen, usually it does.
Okay. Sure. That would be the dumbest thing ever. Unless you're going to have a fight where no one comes to, and it's just a paid-for event like you had for the arena.
You think it's a security issue?
Yeah, you can't invite a whole bunch of fans.
It'd have to be an exclusive card. Could be an exclusive card, though, with those select fans.
Yeah, I don't think how you do it. You'd have to do it like you did it, like, hey, we're just going to run this like we ran the pandemic. It's going to be the fighters, and that'll be it. And it'll be on TV, and it'll be a spectacle because it's at the White House.
Just have, I mean, you run the president has shown up at many UFC arenas with thousands of fans in there.
Yeah, but you're putting a bunch of people on the White House lawn for you to be able to watch. That's too many people for security to watch. It's
Final.
That just can't happen. All right, so we've got a big stop there. Calgary finally stopped a rushing game to go for there, so it sets up a big 2nd and 10 here with Winnipeg about half field. 25,000 fans would be just stupid. I mean, it just would be nuts. I'm sure 100% that the UFC guy will go for it, but this is a issue waiting to happen. This is somebody's going to take a pot shot at him if you do that. All right. Big second down here. Come on, Winnipeg. And the Mystics are trying to get you your 12 points here.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, we're going to get this over here for sure. We're almost there now. So,
yeah. So you've got
I'm sitting here whining. It's going to be a winning night in the WNBA, but
it's going to be a winning night overall.
I get mad when 3 of the losses are going to be by 1.5 points or less.
Yeah.
Like, have I done my job or have I actually done a poor job? Winning night, but all right.
And Calgary's going to get a stop. Claire's having all kinds of issues tonight. Can't find anybody down in the field. Everything just dump offs to the running back. Calgary, it's a chance to see if their defense can give them a short field here. Calgary's going to start at the 12. Worst field position so far for the game. Yeah, the Mercury just can't do that. They get it down to 9, and then they push it back up. Dallas can't miss. I mean, the defense right now that you're getting from 1 run for the Yankees, 6-5, runner on third, 2 outs. Sierra McCowan, welcome back. 9 points tonight. Dallas has only played 7 players. I think they're actually been better because they've only played 7 players. Because you didn't play the players that really shouldn't play. Do you understand what I mean?
Oh yeah, no, and don't forget they're very thin here on personnel tonight.
Well, they are and they aren't. I mean, they still got everybody got back from the Euros, so that should help.
You activate who you need to activate. I get that, but
yeah, I mean, yeah, you're out Carrington, you're out Wally, you're out Sigris, but you still just sat there and said, "Oh, we're going to play these 7 players, and that's all we're going to run." And
Calgary just scored another touchdown here. Calgary's on fire.
Yes.
Is that a touchdown? Was that a touchdown? What am I looking at? Oh, I'm looking at something. The replay. I missed that. I wasn't on with you at the beginning there. I didn't see the first part of the game, so that's the touchdown I did not see earlier.
Isaiah James can't miss. She's got 28 points, 5 and 6. She's 10 of 15 from the field, 5 or 7 from 3. See, I actually think Dallas should trade Enrique. I don't think she fits in with the team. I think the team plays better without her. I think she's more of a chucker. And if you're going to get this kind of position for James, you're just going to run with the players. You're going to run James. Big first down there by Calgary. Benefited by the offsides call. All right, so Brian Smith wants to know, because he doesn't like Dustin May, should he be taking the White Sox team total over?
I don't know if I mind that tonight. I think the Dodgers still might end up getting there. It might be a high-scoring game. I mean, I took Dodgers. I ought to be square about it. Let me just give out the over as my play there for sure. I think it's too easy to sit here and say Dodgers run line tonight on your show. But I would think, look, the money's come in on the White Sox a little bit. I'm not saying that this is a discount on the Dodgers, but it was as high as 320 And now you can get as low as 245. I mean, sometimes I buy some high-end products when they're on big sales.
Yeah, I mean, the team total over 3.5 and -102 is interesting because May has consistently given up over 4 runs. This is going to be dependent on the spot. Did he get this first down? This is going to be close.
Minnesota, I think, has sent the starters of the bench.
I wouldn't have any issue taking the over 5.5 because if you look at May's last couple starts, he gave it 4, gave it 3, gave it 3, gave it 5, gave it 2, gave it 3, 1, 4. There's response to say that, okay, you should be able to get at least 2 or 3 off of May, and maybe you get 1 off the relief.
And here is Ramos down the line in the corner, and the Giants are going to have a run here in the top of the first inning, 1-0. Double down the left field line. The Giants have the early lead.
Yeah. I mean, I would go more the team total act than try to go for like White Sox first 5. You know, that's probably a decent play. Savali's hasn't been that good either, which is the issue. So you could just, I agree. I would go team total. I'd go the over 9 probably. Dodgers could beat up Savali pretty well.
Yeah,
got a first down here by Calgary.
My Nuke the House late baseball total we did have last night. Gave it to you here. Kansas City and Seattle under last night. I'm doing it again here, even with the pitching change from Wu to Evans. And granted, it is now 7.5 under, and it was a little lower with Wu pitching, of course. But hey, we had it last night here on the show. We're going right back to it. Under tonight in Kansas City and Seattle. My Nuke the House late night total.
All right. Under in Kansas City and Seattle. All right, here we go. We finally get a stop. It's 2nd and 11. Let's see if Winnipeg can figure out a way to get off the field here. Still
sack fly for the Giants, 2-0.
Instead, you give up a 29-yard bomb. Come on, Winnipeg. You are not playing well at all. Vernon Adams is playing well.
And we get that total in Washington, Minnesota. Minnesota does pull away. Washington ain't going to get that back door, so won't even be a question here.
No, it's going to be 18 points. And yeah. The only question is, did Citron continue her 10-point streak? They threw up a 50-50 ball. Citron ends up with 7 points. She does not get her 10 points. It's the second game all year she doesn't get 10 points. Eli Edwards gets 13 points, and Lucy Olsen gets 19 points. That's your leading scorer for the Mystics. Austin ends up with 10 and 5, well below her number that she needed. Collier ends up at 28 and 5. Smith gets 10. McBride gets 10. Williams gets 10. 8 assists for Williams. 8 rebounds also for Williams. And the Lynx roll. And you got a 10-3 opening fourth quarter here for the Mercury Wings. And the Wings are going to win. They've opened this up to an 18-point. And once again, the Mercury are going to lose a game as heavy favorites coming in there. They lost to the Aces as heavy favorites. Before that, they won 6 in a row. They lost to the Storm as favorites. And then they come in here, thought they would walk into this Wings game without Enrique, and got their ass handed to them. Copper goes for 28. Page goes for 22. Isaiah James goes for 28. She can't miss all game. Massive big run by Diedrich Mills. And Calgary can't do anything wrong. They are saying their 2-1 record is not a joke. They are for real. A lot of people had this team as the worst team in the league. I'm being one of them to start the year, and they're going to start off 3-1. It looks like it's tough in the CFL to come back from double digits. Doesn't really happen that
You
many.
wear some red uniforms like this, you better play well. Okay, these are nice. I like these.
Yeah. You've got a 15-3 lead. Winnipeg has basically had a snowball effect. Everything has gone downhill.
Yeah, I'd like to see some more score here before halftime.
Well, the live total is 15 is 58.5. Calgary scores again, makes it 21-3. Vernon Edwards with his second touchdown pass. That's a second touchdown pass all year. I mean, again, they hadn't needed because Dedrick Mills has been running the ball really well. Oliveira's got 45 yards rushing. Mills has got 41 yards rushing. The difference is Adams has 117 yards passing and 2 touchdowns, and Claris has 45 and 1 pick 6. That is the difference in the game. And it's 22-3.
All right, well, the Stampeders lead the Stampede Bowl here.
Yep. Winnipeg's only hope right now is to go down and score. Who got the ball first?
I thought you were talking about Calgary there at the beginning, but I didn't know. I didn't see the start of the game, so I didn't know if there was already a possession and we had missed it.
No, Calgary got the ball first.
It sounded like the game didn't start right at the top of the hour.
So the only hope basically for Winnipeg here is to go right down and score. If you could go down here and score before the end of the half, there's 6 minutes to go. There's plenty of time. Get this down to a 10-point game, 12-point game, and then get the ball first coming out of the half. Live total 61.5, 22-3. $10.5 is your new live line. It's money pouring in on Calgary.
Oh, geez. Really?
Yeah, it's got to be able to throw the ball downfield. That's a key record. All right, let's talk World Cup. What do you like? What have you bet? What have you considered, or do you want me to go first? You got a goal. You finally got your goal. Atletico scores with the 61st minute, and there's your over 2.5. Good call, KG. Good win for you. So let's go Club World Cup first.
No,
We'll
go
go
right ahead. I haven't finalized anything, so I think you heard what I'd have to be talking about Halal. I think
you're an Al Halal. That's who you like.
Probably, yeah.
I mean, that's the kind of the one game that I really don't want to touch. But if I would touch it, I would go with Fluminense. I think Fluminense's been the better team. Granted, they probably had the weaker bracket. And I think Al Hilal basically hasn't beat anybody. That's the only thing to look. They haven't won any game. In 90 minutes, they haven't won any game except for the game for Pachuca. Sorry, I apologize. They tied Real Madrid. They tied Salzburg. They tied Man City, and they beat Pachuca 2-0. Fluminense tied Dortmund, beat Olsen. Granted, that was a weaker thing. They tied Mamelodi Sundowns in a game that didn't mean anything. and they beat Inter by 2. I think Fluminense right here is going to have more of the crowd in Orlando. I think they win a low-scoring game. I think you want to go the under in this game. I see 1-0, 1-1 at best, but wouldn't shock me if it's 0-0 and it goes to extras. So, I mean, I'm not sure I would bet a side in this unless you, I mean, if I put a gun to my head, free bet, I'd take Fluminense. I'll take that at plus 180. But I'm more going to bet the under at minus 136. That's what I like better. Your take? I know you like Al Hilal.
Yeah, I'm probably going to be on Al Hilal here. I'm trying to, listen to you here, but
okay.
Which team has? I mean, I think Al Hilal has. I mean, I know they're top heavy, so I don't want to say the higher payroll.
They do. Saudi Arabia has a higher payroll. Fluminense, though, when the world ranking is going to be higher, is a better team.
Yeah, but I believe the Saudi Pro League teams are underrated. They are rapid. The league is obviously the fastest rising league in the world, and I'm not sure the ratings have caught up.
Yeah, okay, I'll give you that. They do have Malcolm, who's the one player I really, really like. I used to play him all the time when he played in the Russian Pro League. Malcolm was a fun guy to play with Tayson. He played with what's the team? We can't play. I haven't bet him in years, Zenit, because I can't bet Russia right now until the stupid war. But Zenit, he's been one of the greatest players I have. He was a great Brazilian guy. Followed the money. He's now at Al Hilal. He's probably their big playmaker. So he's always nice to watch. Mitrovic, whether he can go is a big deal. If there's a chance he can play tomorrow, which I'm being told is still up in the air. If he can go, that's a big difference in that game. In the Chelsea game, we already talked about. I'm trying to ask, as long as my son feels better from his flu tomorrow, we'll probably head up to Philadelphia and watch the game. I like Chelsea to win this game. I do think the game we see goals. It's kind of my prediction. I don't know where you sit on this, but that's kind of, I think it's probably both teams to score type game. I think both teams get it. I think this is a classic 2-1 game. And I think Chelsea pulls it away here. There's a much better team than Palmeiras.
Yeah, I'd probably agree with you on that.
Okay. And then the fun game. PSG versus Bayern.
Steam play.
So Calgary, Winnipeg goes 3 and out. So we got into talking to that. We said, hey, Winnipeg's only chance is to come down and score. And instead they go 3 and out. Not a good look for the Winnipeg undefeated Blue Bombers on the road, looking like crap. The other thing I'd have to sit there and question on this over that we're on, can Calgary get it all by themselves? Because they're going to run the ball a ton.
Well, look, we know Calgary, okay, they're playing a little better than everybody anticipated. They are, looking pretty good. But if they do get that big lead, we know that this team has some vulnerabilities. Are we really going to see a game here that's, 36 to, 15 or something here? Well, that would almost be an over then, wouldn't it? But I have to think that Winnipeg and get some points here. Calgary's already off to 22. They're not going to get shut out in the second half, I don't think, right now. But Adams is looking pretty decent.
Adams is looking decent. Mills is rushing all over him there. He's moving the sticks. He's kind of had a big run that kind of has really helped. Now he's kind of churning and burning here. They're getting 5 or 6 yards every play. All right, KJ.
One more score before the half, please. Adam throws a big ball deep, 40, 35, 30, 25, and he is going to get possibly 10-5 down at the 3.
Philpott is down at 66. Okay, so Philpott's for receiving yards cash the very first game. Yeah. I have a lot on Winnipeg. I got to figure out a way to get off of them. It's not happening. They're just destroying them. Yeah, the line is now 15.5 live. It just doesn't look like they're ready to play tonight. 66 yards to Winnipeg, too. So is this the Philip Walker touchdown, or is this got to be the Dietrich Mills touchdown, right? Got to be able to catch that. Mills anytime touchdown.
3-minute warning right now? Is that 3-minute warning?
Yeah, it's a 3-minute warning.
So, hey, you know what? They score, and Winnipeg still has a chance to come down and get a score. Come on.
Yeah, the score after the score after the score. That doesn't matter that much.
Hey, I'm greedy. Getting greedy over here. I'm still mad about some of these WNBA hook games here.
Well, I mean, if you're getting greedy, they're giving out Brazilian second league soccer. They think they're going to get 4 goals in this game.
It's time for Diaz here. I can't play the song. Shit, can't play the song on the air. We'll get banned.
Yeah.
How about if I do it? I know it was close. We might
That'll work. That'll work as long as you do it by yourself. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
All right.
What if I played it on a trumpet? Would we be in trouble?
No, that was actually pretty good. That was very good.
Played it different than if we just played this sound there.
All right, PSG Bayern Munich.
Of course, the best part of the song is the lyrics, but
do you want me to go first?
Are you gonna sing the lyrics of the Timmy Trumpet song?
No, PSG Bayern Munich.
Yes, please.
PSG Bayern Munich. I like PSG to win this. I think it's their tournament to win. I think they've been the best club here. Obviously, the defending Champions League winners. Basically, to everybody's shock, have played their full squad. Has played the best soccer here. Continue to look like they're rolling directly right in it. I see this as both teams to score 2-1, 3-1 PSG win, which I'm going to give on our thing. Actually, I'll just type it up right now.
Well, a funny thing happened with the collision course with PSG and Man City. There's that touchdown.
Yeah, Dietrich Mills. There it is. Boom. So PSG money line plus 120. If you want to take the correct score, 2-1, 3-1, 4-1, I take that as well. I take that for like a half unit or a quarter unit. That is up to you, but I do like PSG to advance. I think they have probably the best chance to probably win this whole thing. It's really the other thing. People laugh at me, but I'd take Chelsea to win only for the fact that you could hedge out in the final game, because I think Chelsea is going to be the best team up top. And then the other teams is PSG is going to have to get by Real Madrid to win this. Whoever wins the PSG and Real Madrid most likely wins the tournament. So that is one thing to consider when we get to the next round of games. instead of just betting that game, bet that team to win the tournament because they're going to be the odds-on favorite to win that tournament. And you can get a pretty good number on that. So to improve your stakes. So Diedrich Mills is leading the league in rushing touchdowns. We've taken him every single game, and every single game he's cashed his anytime touchdown. So he cashes it again, and the Calgary Stampeders are making a mockery of this game and make a mockery of my bet, and showing that everybody said they didn't believe in them, and you should have believed in us. And we are 2-1 for a reason, even though they looked terrible last week. Look like they are all set to play Winnipeg tonight. 29-3. The ass kicking has begun. It'll be very interesting to see. So I like to see
Winnipeg goes down and score a touchdown, but you meant last possession.
I meant last possession. They can't go 3 and out here. They try to do some trickeration on the kickoff. It doesn't really work. I blinked and they had to punt the ball. I mean, that is the one thing with CFL. If you start off really, really bad. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out a way to get on Real Madrid. Again, I've already told you, I think it's going to be PSG versus Real Madrid here for the semifinals. I think it's Fluminense versus Chelsea and other semifinals. Real Madrid's -170. Maybe you take that at over 1.5 goals. I think that can get you a decent number because I do think Real Madrid wins this 2-0 or 3-0. That'll give you, it gives you -120, -122 if you want to take Real Madrid and over 1.5 goals. If you find a book that allows you to do Real Madrid and team total over 1.5 goals, I think DK does, but if FanDuel does not. So, all right, we do a screen pass to try to get. They're worried about the rush. They haven't been able to hit Schoen. They haven't been able to hit Dembski. Everything's been RPOs. Had a deep ball here to Schoen, and he overthrows him. This might be another 3 and out, and it is.
Brewers got a base hit and a stolen base here, and they have the tying run at second with 1 out here.
Yeah, so we got another 3 and out here for Winnipeg, who's basically deciding to not play football today. Yeah, that's just crap.
Yeah. Could Calgary go down and get another score here? We were talking about another show about somebody was asking us about somebody wasn't experienced with the 3-minute warning, and they said, "What? Why is it different?" I said, "Yeah, the 3-minute warning means there's 3 possessions left in the half."
Yeah. It's with the quick play, and I will say, trying to understand how the clock runs sometimes in the CFL is so interesting. Just, it's not like the NFL where the guys will just go out there and let the clock run. It doesn't work that way. The clock stops on a lot of different ways. We got an illegal block here. Winnipeg's best option here is to get a pick 6, but if Calgary throws the ball, they should take their coach out the back and just whip his ass. There's no reason they shouldn't go down in the half 29-3.
Oh, after further review, the runner is out at second. And this was one to me, Sean, where the technicalities of it may have been out, but I just thought it wasn't going to be able to be reviewed. The contact between the ball, the glove, and the runner was kind of simultaneous with him doing a headfirst slide into the bag. It's almost as if the strings of the glove, the strings of the glove were like already touching the man as he started to slide, and then the ball hits in the glove, which causes the glove. He's making the tag anyways. I was actually surprised, though, that it was overturned because it just looked too close to call. Not that, every call needs to be overturned, but it needs to be kind of, I don't know, I think they say undisputable, but Yeah, you know what? From the final replay, maybe it is. He's out. He's out, and the Mets win. The Mets win 3-2. It's a final.
And right now they're taking turns going outside and beating the crap out of their coach because he threw it and it's incomplete. And Winnipeg is going to have the ball with a minute left here. Should have decent field position here as Calgary punts from their 25. Probably going to get it around the 40 of Winnipeg here. And he's going to catch it right at midfield. He's out to 55. He's going to be on the Calgary side of the 40. So Winnipeg, a chance for there's a flag on the play. So that's going to kill that. 53 seconds to go. Coach is telling his tight end, what the hell are you looking at when you're playing out there?
Isaiah James finished with 28 points for the Wings tonight. She's the player of the game, I think.
Say that again?
Isaiah James here, 28 points. Wow.
Yeah, she had 28, Copper at 28. And we're looking at the end.
Well, I'm tired of saying the Wings are better than their record without them proving it, but good job, Wings. I've got a double winner there, obviously.
Well, again, I could say, so, like, where could they move Enrique to? Like, what team could Enrique go to that you could legitimately say, okay, she could move there? That's the problem with the WNBA. There's just not enough teams that when you start to look at, okay, there's players that should trade. Washington has way too many forwards on their team. They should be looking to trade one of them. And because there's other teams that badly need a bench for the playoffs, different things of that nature. Could you move? I don't think Enrique could go to a team like the Liberty because they would just absolutely kill her. Golden State's actually good, so you definitely can't go to Golden State. Connecticut, you can send her to Connecticut, but the question is, what are you getting back? And Connecticut, do you want her? Could you go to Chicago? Do you want to ruin what you have there? Maybe because Cardoso and Reese really don't get along. And Reese has had their best two games without Cardoso. And then Cardoso had a monster game the last game. Oh, there we go. Winnipeg with the first down.
Giants had a run 3-0 here against Fott. Bottom of the East. It's a Guardians-Cubs game. Still no score.
You still don't like the Giants, and the Giants just keep beating the Diamondbacks.
I'm on the Giants this game.
Okay. Yankees are down 1.
In fact, they've just hit. It was a double. That was they were reviewing it for a potential. It was one of those Arizona center field shots, and they're reviewing it for a potential home run. When it hits that that tall yellow line in center field.
I mean, the guy jumping over there like this, going ah.
No, the high one, the real high one.
Yeah, I know. Yep. All right, we got Dustin Schoen that catching 2 passes. Boy, Claris just threw that one up for grabs. Wheatfall comes down with it. 28 seconds to go. Winnipeg's got a little bit something going here. Hopefully, maybe we can get one passing touchdown from Claris here. He threw this up. He's lucky this wasn't picked. Oh, gosh, was that just a throw up? I don't know what's going on with Claris right now. He looks old tonight.
Well, the pressure is coming in pretty fast, too.
They are. Yeah, they're not blocking at all. He's got a man in his face, and he's trying to make the read. Clemens has basically been
no, sorry, it's Cligurgus. How do you say that? Who knows? Cligurgus.
Garcia, I don't know Garcia. I don't know if I've ever even heard it pronounced, but
that's the other thing. It's
well,
Cligurgus.
he just finally, against Edmonton, did catch 3 passes.
Yes, and he's got 3 passes on this drive.
Nice,
right and right.
MVP.
Right? Yeah.
They're going to get some points out of this, I think.
Yeah, they're definitely at least getting
1 crack at the end zone here, or 2 cracks at the end zone, probably.
2 cracks in the end zone, 7 seconds to go. We'll see what they do here. It's probably going to
only in the CFL. How do you throw it out of the end zone? But you just did.
Well, you also could push the guy out of the end zone as soon as he goes in the air. They carry these guys out of bounds. Is what the right way to do it. Schoen's got a chance. He's got a chance, and as soon as he goes in the air, the defender just pushes him out, and that ends that play. All right, so you got second down here.
If you could take one more shot here. One more shot.
Yeah, I think you got 2 more shots. You have to score a touchdown. So to me,
you can only. All right, if you say so. I think that they take 3 points if they.
I think you throw a quick hook here, a quick post.
Instead, Caleros runs there, and they almost cost the time.
Oh, if he just had a little more arm strength, he had the guy in the back of the end zone, but he sets it up with 1 second. And what do? He had in the back of the end zone. Because he overthrows this guy, but the guy coming on the inside square in here. Here, I'll use my old thing square in. So there's
you keep it because you need you need 26 points anyway. So you gotta just start to build. Giants get another run, 4-0 here in the third.
Yeah. So you have 29-6. And this has nothing to do with that you need the over. That's why you're looking for them to kick the field goals. I'm sure that has 0 to do with it. All right, let's check in on how our Brazilian B squad is doing. Still 2-1, 85th minute. Nothing there. NYFC took care of business. They won 3-1. Royals and Mariners still have yet to score a run.
Springer 2-run homer just now. It's 8-5. Bottom of the 8th.
Oh.
Yep. He's had quite a week. He's got quite a series here against the Yankees.
It's not what I wanted.
We're going to the 9th. No score. Guardians and Cubs.
Yeah. Yeah, you know what the worst part is? We have the under. It's the only time where you have an under 8.5. You're going to the end of the game, and you're like, shit, get this out of extra innings. You know how many times I've lost like under 8.5?
Well, we've all lost. Come on, 0-0, Sean. If they get 9 runs in extra inning, I know there was one the other night where it went 1-2. The night it went 1-1-2-1. I don't know what it was, but there was 7 or 8 runs scored in 2 extra innings there. But man, George Springer is who thought this? I mean, who thought he had this left in him? I mean, he's had a quite a weekend.
He was in Houston. Yeah. So Phoenix loses by 9 officially. Yep. All right. So you got the top of the 9th going. Big Scott's on Cleveland. Just to let you know, it's Carlos Santana, Lance Thomas, and Nolan Jones. So combined, my dog weighs more than what their batting average is. So got 2 guys who are batting under. Santana's batting 237. Lance Jones is batting a pitiful 164. And Nolan Jones, who came over from the trade, and it was clearly that the Rockies won that trade, is batting 219.
Then you've got Sheeneman batting 223. Bo Naylor batting 169. Oh, I'm sorry. Martinez pitched it, so I don't know. Martinez is playing 232. Hedges is then up at 108. That's your next 6 batters. I'll take the Cubs. I don't care who's in the Cubs lineup. Everyone's better than those guys.
Trump heard what Sean said about the event that I had talked about. He's doubling down. He says not only will this be part of the America 250 celebration next year, but not only that, will be 25 to 30,000 people expected to attend, said the president tonight. He heard what Sean said, and he had to add to the comments.
All right, so the WNBA, again, remember, scheduler, the greatest scheduler ever in
No
the
July 4th, WNBA. What? How would you not have a sporting event in your league on a July 4th?
Correct. When there's no football, there's no NBA basketball, you have nothing but baseball and World Cup soccer. But we're going to make sure that we don't have an event going on at all on July 4th. Don't worry. Juneteenth, they didn't have a game either, and that was a holiday.
The line just came out for the Sparks and the Fever.
Yeah, I looked at that. It was 3.5. Now it's 6.5. I took it at 3.5. I took it with the Cubs here, with the Fever here for a quarter unit. I had the Yankees plus with it for plus 1.5, and George Springer just killed that. So that's not very nice to George Springer. I'm looking to see if something else I can get on. I mean, did you see how much the total dropped in the Royals-Mariners game after 1 inning? They dropped it 2.5 runs.
Oh, that was because I went on the Nuke the House channel and gave it out at the last minute full game under, right?
Yeah, and it's down to 6.5. That's not there. The Dodgers are down to 9.5, with the Dodgers scoring first in the first inning. In CFL game, the FanDuel has decided doesn't exist. They just can't bet that, so that game doesn't exist.
You see, we have that beautiful trophy. See, this is a kind of a what do they call a perpetual trophy game. There, don't forget the Stampeder Bowl here.
It is. It is a game, and so your question was, what the hell was Winnipeg doing?
What was I thinking? Why I'm not gonna sit here and say, hey, everybody told me so. Everybody told me, man, about this. Look, I love Winnipeg too, but God dang it.
Well, I mean, the question you wondered about the Calgary is they didn't look good. They had 2 good wins, but the 2 first wins were all running the ball. That's all they did is run the ball, run the ball, run the ball. You're placing the league's best rush defense, and you have a team that hasn't thrown the ball at all. It has a very good defense and has run ramp shot over all their opponents in their 3 wins. Calgary losing last week to go to 2-1. And then you come into this game where, okay, maybe it's a short week for Winnipeg. And I guess they kind of overlooked Calgary, and you had kind of the snowball effect. You had the pick 6, and you had the first long play. And if you saw the long play, 2 of the touchdowns, big drives, were 50-50 throw-ups, and their guy caught the ball. The pick 6 was just a terrible throw. If you're Winnipeg, you looked like, hey, you were going to give up the 8 points, and you're just going to run the ball down their throat, and then you just had to settle for 3. I didn't like the settle for 3. I know you're like, it's early in the game, and you want to take the 3, and you think you're the better team. But I didn't like the settle for 3. You're running it down their throat. You have it 3rd and less than 3, I think it was, and you got to keep going. Yeah, Winnipeg opponents are 1-6. Calgary's off the bye. Correct. I understand that, Ken. You had extra time. I just don't think they were really prepared to play this game. You did get also the Jordan Canada assist under, by the way, if you were aware of that.
Mm-hmm.
So, Yeah, I think right now this game is kind of snowballed. CFL is a mad league. I have a very good record in CFL this year for Saskatchewan. Calgary, Winnipeg have all paid off really nicely for me. We'll see how the second half runs around. I just think if you're Winnipeg, you like to run the ball, and with this score, you can't do it as much as you can. So you're going to have to put it more on Claris. And as we saw, for some reason, right now, their protection has all kinds of things, or Calgary's just blitzing. So we'll see if they make adjustments. And Dembski has only got one catch for 12 yards, which is not great for a guy that should be much better. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see here. The line is 13.5. You can see if Winnipeg can go right down and get a score, which we said before the end of the game, if they could go down and get a score, kind of a repeated sound effects here. There. So Atletico CRB looks like it's going to end 2-1. We're in the 94th minute. I don't see another goal happening. How many extra minutes are we playing? Got some time wasting here by Atletico, making last minute substitutions for no reason. All right, the Yankees got a man on second. Let's see what happens in this.
Steam play.
I'll tell a fun story here tonight, just to let you know how things go in minor league baseball here. Listen to this. Tonight, the San Antonio Missions, July 4th, July 3rd night. So there's a concert and fireworks, after the game. But the game was delayed, Sean, by weather, right? But they got everything going, right? Got the field looking good. But you know what? In minor leagues, fireworks and concert kind of take precedent. The game has been postponed despite the field in perfect condition because you got to get these fireworks off and you can't ruin a good concert. So baseball game will make it up some other time for San Antonio. We're going with the fireworks and the concert here.
That's all they're doing?
Well, if we played the game, it'd get too late for the fireworks, and most people came for the great baseball. But when you got your biggest crowd of the year, they're not there for the game. Okay.
All right. We got 2 outs here in the Yankees game. Runner on second. Down 3 runs. Your hope is Austin Wells.
Going the bottom of the 9th, your Cubs in their 2 hits. We'll try to win it here before we go extra innings, where they'll probably score 10 runs, according to Sean Fox.
Didn't say they probably score 10 runs. I just know so many times I've been on unders and literally had 0 to 1 to 2 runs and lost. As it just goes extended extra innings.
2 outs, runner at second here. Toronto trying to wrap this up. But what is George Springer had 4 home runs in this series. Line drive, center field. That is it. Toronto is in first place, everybody.
Yeah, who could have? I mean, the Yankees back-to-back months of just crap. Now, granted, we're 3 days in, but they've lost 3 in a row, so it's not off to a great start. Their last 10,
Schmidt could be headed to the disabled list here.
Blue Jays are 7-3. I mean, anytime you're equal with the Orioles in your last 10 is not a good start. But the Red Sox continue to be worse. They're 3-7.
Springer against the Yankees, 8 for 14, 4 home runs, and 11 RBI in the series.
Tigers are trying to allow other teams in it, but the Guardians have lost 6 in a row. The Twins have lost 1 in a row. The Royals have lost 1 in a row. The White Sox have lost 2 in a row. Nobody's winning in that division. We're just go the nobody's winning in that division. Except the Braves, who continue to figure out a way to. I mean, Braves have got to be sellers, right? At what point they've got to start being sellers. How far are they back on the wild card? That's the question. 7 games back?
Yeah, you're not calling
Really?
it up yet. 85 games in.
You're not calling it 85 games. Okay, you keep saying that, but the trade deadline is in 3 weeks.
The Braves haven't been quite healthy, though, is what they say, right?
Yeah, but it's not like you're getting these guys back anytime soon. I mean, in the next 2 weeks here, the Braves have to be sellers. I just think they have to be. You got a very expensive roster, and you're not winning. So let's look at that roster.
Who could be on the way out? So if they're selling, who do you think they sell?
Well, I mean, it's hard. I'm trying to give them a chance here. So
I'm aware of that. It ain't there, but they're 11.5 back in the division. That's done. You're 7 back in the wild card. If you go 2 more weeks, you go to there, you're essentially, I mean, what? Do you keep going if you're 5 and you think you can make it 5 games? I mean, I guess teams still stay the fact in it, but the way they're going, they're going to be 10 games out. To me, Austin Riley is probably the biggest guy you move. You're paying him $22 million a year. This is his last year of his contract. Actually, sorry. This is his arbitration 4-year. We're just done. You're paying Austin Riley till 2033. What's he going to be? 43? How old is Austin Riley? He's 28. You're still paying him for 8 more years? Which genius signed that contract? You're paying him $22 million for the next 8 years. Ugh. Baseball has some of the dumbest contracts. Matt Olson, you're paying $22 million. I mean, let's just keep doing this. That's what they've done. They've signed their entire team till 2030 at ridiculous contracts. So Olson's making $20 million a year. I mean, couldn't you get the Yankees to take one of these contracts? Don't they love to take one of these contracts?
And they're going to get desperate here soon, right?
Why? Again, yeah, they're the team that would take those contracts there. How about Raisel Iglesias? He could be a guy who's on the move. He's a free agent.
Watching
You're paying $1 million.
Terrible call on the. It comes with a challenge. Should have been ruled safe. The replay to me indicated that Pete Crow Armstrong was safe at first base. The replay kind of proved more inconclusive because they can't understand that when your hand moves, when you're trying to touch the base, that means you are touching the base. But maybe they ruled it inconclusive. So 2 outs. It was ruled out originally, so nothing.
Yeah, I'm watching a guy in first base. 2 outs, man on first.
Blue Jays, best 87 game start for the Blue Jays since that 93 season.
All right, here's a second candidate, Marcell Ozuna. He's a free agent after this year. Uh-oh, back, and it's caught on the track.
Final.
He gave it a ride. So one, I mean, those are guys to me I would consider moving. I know you're like, just stay. Okay, that's the whole bad thing about you're running a time where you're like, oh, we've got the wild card and da-da-da. You've got pitchers you're losing left and right. You can't win the games when the guys are there. You're 39 and 47. You continue to show that. I mean, how many more games are you going to win if you're going to really roll out Bryce Elder out there pitching? Schwellenbach, who is my sneaky Cy Young guy, is not going to have. Strider's still there. Grant Holmes is there. I mean, you're playing Didier Fuentes.
Well, they needed to because they had, some other injuries, right? In the
yeah. I mean, Ronaldo Lopez is hurt. Of course, he's a stopgap. Chris Sale's hurt. Shocking thing. Like when we've not known Chris Sale being hurt. Not coming back there. You lose AJ Smith-Shawver.
That was a big blow. That was a huge blow right there. I mean, because that was a big one. That was a big one for sure.
Yeah, he's done for the year. You got the Tommy John surgery. Sale's out for a while. Now you get Schwellenbach, who's got a fractured elbow. He's not coming back anytime soon.
No.
And so, I mean, this one thing. So the Braves should have added an arm. To continue to spend money for a team that has no chance to win? To me, I'd be looking to trade Iglesias. I'd be looking to trade Osuna. Sean Murphy would probably be a guy I'd be looking to deal. You have Drake Baldwin anyway. He's playing every other day. You're paying Sean Murphy $73 million to be an every other day catcher. $15 million a year to only bat against left-handed pitching. I mean, that's a guy who should be. Sorry, that's just a waste of money. This is just really improper spending. But that's what baseball is. Drives me nuts. All right, we're up at the top of the 10th. Here comes the 14 runs.
My man Schneemann is the runner for the Guardians. One of my District 42 players, Sean. They're coming up here on the Little League. The Little League tournament's underway for the Little League World Series. Of course, the small. We're out in district play here still, but. District 42, I argue the best district in the country with 8 current major leaguers from one Little League district on rosters currently today. Schneemann is one of them from District 42.
We have Poison? Poison's the halftime group?
Oh, man, I told you, this is a big game, man. This is a big... perpetual trophy game. In fact, I think you should have dressed up like the CFL announcers did there with their hat and their bolo ties. I know you've got a bolo tie.
Yes. I mean, I gotta love the guy in the Scout Trooper thing that he painted red and put the Calgary thing on it. That's got to be my favorite one. But I gotta tell you that the Poison group looks like they're ready for a Geritol more than they're ready for the next beer. I mean, those guys look old.
Remember the hits though. Remember the great Poison. I saw him singing out. I don't have the volume on it right now, but forgive me. But
it didn't sound bad. I will give him that right now. I'm not sure it's being auto-tuned.
Are you listening to it? Okay.
It was on there. It was just. There wasn't as loud as what I would thought a stadium would be, but yeah.
Okay, well, hey, you got the great, you got Brett Michaels. I see him there, right? That's him, right? Was that him there? He's not. He's fronting this band, right? He's not.
Yeah, it's Brett Michaels. That's who it is. It still has the same hair, still has the same look.
I don't know any of the other. CC. I know that guy, but I don't know if I know the other guys' names now after all these years. But think of all the great songs that they had, right? Every rose has its thorn, like every cowboy. Okay. What other songs do I know? Well, they did a cover of Your Mama Don't Dance. I know that.
By the way, did you see what they've changed the Durant trade to be?
No, well, I saw they said they were gonna make it like a 7-team deal, and then they were like, once we report on it, you won't ever think of it trades. Is that concluded, or is there some other small BS?
It's been included as a 7-team deal. So
Is it official now, or
they're waiting to see it, but they believe it will be the number 59 pick, which is Joel Mashak, who I've never heard of, sent from Houston to Phoenix, and the Durant agreement got rerouted by Phoenix to Golden State, who later sent it to Memphis. Well, we talked about second-round picks. You can just buy them if you need them. I don't know why they're ever a big deal in trades except to add salary to a trade. While number 36, Adieu Thierry, will end up with the Lakers following a series of swaps involving the Nets, Suns, and Timberwolves will also be listed in the trade. Then will also include Darren Finney-Smith's four-way 53 agreement with Houston will now turn into a sign-and trade with the Lakers. In the current framework they're trying to work out, Nickeil Alexander-Walker will not be listed in that, but he could be involved in that. Daquan Plowden of the Hawks will somehow be involved, he has been told. It will set a record for the most trades involved in a single deal. That record was last set last year when 6 teams got involved. It will now go to 7 teams. So
are they just doing it to set the records, or what?
They're
Is that a
doing
I gotta look at there?
Which makes the Dorian Finney-Smith deal not as hurt as much as the Houston. It makes it not hurt as the Lakers get something back in one of these deals. They're going to grab like a second-round pick or something. And here's my question. Let's speak of the Lakers. Do we think LeBron is happy?
I've heard you, or was that you? I mean, come on. He took his money. He just got his money. He just got the money. Come on.
His agent called it was a nice rebuilding team. That can't mean, yes, he's completely stoked to come join. Now, they may get lucky here. Because of where they sit in the apron-wise. And with this team, I would definitely do it just because you have to. But if Bradley Beal gets bought out, they could go ahead and sign him to a minimum.
No, it's already. I mean, it seems like it's a automatic. It seems like Beal's going to the Lakers, right? I mean, does it? Well, that's not already done.
I've got a question to see where they sit with first apron space with all the signings, but I don't know if they've been set. So I think it's a question of timing, because if they have to sign the contracts of these guys, then no, they'll be above the first apron, and they can if they're above the first apron, I believe they go above the second apron. If they're above the second apron, they can't sign a buyout guy who makes more than $11 million. But that's where the timing of when they sign the contract has always been the Lakers, for all intents and purposes, brilliant strategy. They get their restricted free agents to agree, but never actually sign the contract so they can go buy free agents. And that gets them over the cap, and then they can always go over the cap to sign their own free agents, and then they re-sign their free agents. But they get the wink deal with their restricted free agents that this is what we're going to give you. Do you agree to it? Blah, blah, blah. And then we'll circumvent the cap and then wonder why they're under the cap and they can't add anybody. So I have a question. We do have the CFL game going back on. We'll see here if Winnipeg can show some life.
Yeah, your man Clercy is setting I'm sure it's got to be a career high by now.
He had a pretty big game the other game before, if I recall.
All right. With 3 catches, I said.
He's got 6 right now. He's like the man. All right, bottom of the 10th. Cubs got a runner on third, 1 out.
He is Canadian, although he played at UConn.
Chance to end the game. We do get a first down here. There we go. Another, I mean, this is all this is. He just wants. I would challenge this. He's short. They gave him the first down, and I don't know how. I didn't think he had it when he turned. I don't think he had it when he caught the ball. So we got a 29-6, and Calgary should challenge this because I think he's short, but they won't.
Cubs have the winning run 90 feet away here in the bottom of the 10th with 1 out. Cleveland did not score. Clase, he doesn't like the extra innings. You know that.
No. Freddie Olivero gets stuffed. Diamondbacks are on the board.
One's hit deep enough, Sean. Deep out to center field. Sacrifice fly. Cubs win. Cubs win.
I'll take it. That's who I liked. I doubled down when what's his name went on the Indians. I went through that lineup and I said, I got 6 guys batting under 240. I'll take the Cubs. All right, here we go. Claris back to pass. Finally throws down the field, hits him in the hands, and Schoen just drops it.
Home run for Arizona off of Robbie Ray. They're on the board by Suarez. It's 4-1.
Claris throws a rope right off the short, skinny post. Here we go, double out. Comes back in, right out through the thing, hits him right in the numbers, and it goes right through the wickets. Now, we'll say he does have a sun directly right in his face. That does not look like that was a good shot. Definitely lost the ball there. And that ends the Winnipeg drive, and that basically ends this game. That was their only hope. Because Calgary's going to come down here, and we're going to see Dietrich Mills probably 2 straight times. And this should be the end of this. Hopefully it doesn't go completely in a shell. Cubs win. Cubs win. Cubs win. So that's my question is, okay, so if Beal joins that team, does that change how he looks? Or is just going to be the old timers club and Damian Lillard's going to sign to a minimum deal?
Yeah, we'll see on the timetable for Lillard, right? I mean, he's not going to be ready at the beginning of the season for sure, right?
No, he's not going to be ready till April. And he's even said he's possible he won't even sign. Because at one point, his representative said the smartest thing I've ever heard an NBA player say. Why would I sign in July to a team that I think is going to contend when I could sign in April and know essentially how that team's doing and whether or not they have any key injuries?
Ooh. Yes.
Because I'm only signing for the minimum anyway, for the most part. Nobody has any money. The only team left with any cap room is the Nets. And they haven't even signed their own guys. They're just clueless right now, trying to decide what team they're bringing back here. We need all these things to go live. When's the actual live go? When's the new calendar season start? So
see, that's something that needs to be fixed, right? Because I can't be average Joe like me trying to watch the NBA draft, and I don't know, yes, okay, I'll be kidding because I'm an expert, right? So I know even if they're not showing it right on the TV, I'm looking at the order and which team is getting which player, but they shouldn't misrepresent it on the show and put the guy in the wrong hat and tell the just fix your calendar. Gee.
Correct. It is the dumbest thing ever to begin with. When's the NFL sees each of them begin negotiating free agents? So July 6th. Sunday is the official league calendar start date, 12:01 Eastern time.
Okay, so the free agent signings can begin on midnight of Saturday. Let's see, today's the 3rd. So I can sign someone on midnight on Sunday morning.
12:01 a.m. Eastern time.
Okay, so 9 p.m. my time. I could sign someone on Saturday night.
Correct. Officially. So my only question is why? Why do you have 3 days of negotiations and then have regular free agents? What? Just to see who's going to stay and who's not going to stay? I mean, and again, anybody that officially signed hasn't officially signed. We've had some renegs in the past. When players found out, oh, Joe Schmo got that, I should get that. Dietrich Mills is running all over them. This is going to be a shellacking. I mean, if you can get 15.5 or anything better than that, I think you're going to be perfectly fine and cover. I think Winnipeg's going to throw in the towel. One more touchdown is pretty much going to be, we're not going to play our 36-year-old quarterback. I'd take the minus 16.5. Every drive, they went down the field. This Winnipeg vaulted defense looks terrible.
Calgary's in. Try to get some drives going here. Just take some time. We're winning big time here. I don't like that. I want some more points, but we just got going here. Come on. Ball at the 55, everybody.
You just like saying the 55?
Yeah.
Gerardo dropping some PFL bets. Here are 6 guys I've never heard of.
Yeah, well, this is the Middle East card tomorrow, so you got a lot of fighters from Middle East, from the grapple stand countries in there with this card here taking place in Riyadh. The fight capital of the world.
Did you hear the latest today?
Yes, I did. Diogo Jota, unfortunate.
Apparently, Jonas Valanciunas has got an offer to play in Europe.
Must be a pretty good offer.
He's weighing essentially is possible leaving to go to play for Panthers.
Yeah, he might look. I mean, you might get a bet. What are you really going to attract here, other than because of your tenure? But
yeah, he might be done with the NBA, which really kind of makes that great trade that the Nuggets made kind of. Valanciunas has been in the league since 2011, and he remains under contract for 2 more seasons. But apparently, he approached the Nuggets at a buyout.
The Nuggets can still back out of the deal because it has not been done.
Paige Becker is the fastest guard in 28 seasons to reach 250 points, 50 rebounds, and 50 assists.
Yeah. Well, she's playing on a crap team that lets her score 100 times.
Okay, we'll put an asterisk by it.
I'm just saying, you're playing on a team right now that your best player has been hurt in games, and they're playing well. But yeah, I mean, she's just allowed to score. Now, granted, they won tonight, but what's that? Their 6th win of the season, 5th win of the season.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, 6th win. They're 6-13. They're just you're playing at a high pace, and in games that you shoot 60% from 3 or in 75% from the field, you're going to win. So, yeah, so apparently that's the scuttlebutt.
No, it really almost sounds like I don't think it's a bargaining chip. I think it's more of a done deal.
Oh, here we go. We actually got a punt, and Winnipeg got the ball back. Oh, they got the Debsky. Let's see. I'm sure as soon as I put big money down in the 60.5, Winnipeg's going to score like 24 points in a row. But they at least finally did a right move, which NFL teams don't do it all the time. You got a quarterback that's getting pressured all the time. Let's roll him out. Let's change the pocket. Let's roll him out and make a two-way read. Again, it's 5 yards and throw. There's nothing in this game downfield. I don't mind because they keep throwing the Debsky. And I need 52 yards from Debsky, and I've got 41. But I prefer if they throw it past 5 yards. It's going to take 9 years. Gerardo's saying it took me all week. I don't know what took them all week. To find those 6 names? All right, they get it out to Oliveira. He gets a nice run here. Little kind of swing pass. And Winnipeg has got to the Calgary 52. All right, well, I will tail those, Gerardo, just because, I don't know. I want to bet. I'm not going to tail him for big money, but I'm going to tail him. I trust you, Gerardo.
Yeah, that card tomorrow from Riyadh is at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific time here on Friday. And it's on DAZN.
All right. I remember last time I bet Junior Tafa, he was like minus 680 for the UFC. Oh, wait, that's UFC. We're betting PFL. All right, so I got to find who the crap Zari is. Mohamed Zari. Got it, minus 320. Babanka, is that Belghazi or Benkashi? Oh, there's actually 2 different people. Oh, Oliveira fell down. Nice run, though. Maybe I should just bet this Oliveira guy because I'm watching Oliveira. Bengashi Mokhtar Bengashi minus 350. And Del Fafawe. Del Dafrawi. Dude, that sounds like it's going to be short, and we're going to Straffler's easy, going to get the run. There's the first down, the old Canadian tush push that every team runs on 3rd and short. The only difference is most of the running backs don't even get the push.
Here. No controversy here. It's part of the game.
Well, most of the time, the running back doesn't even get to push them because the quarterback's already 2 or 3 yards up the field. I mean, because of the lack of size you have on the defensive line in the CFL, normally quarterback sneak is like the greatest play ever. Like
Better
you
get
could
a
probably
touchdown
run
on this
that.
drive. Better
You
get a
could probably.
touchdown.
You got a chance to get a touchdown. You're right. The question is, do they go for 2? You got to go for 2. All right, I got the first bet in. Now I'm going a Louis. I mean, this is going to be really, once again, Fox's pronunciations of Arabian names. Xavier Louis. And then we go with, I don't know where that other guy is. I can't find that other guy. What time is the Diai guy? Whatever fight? He's not on my card. Diani. Does he go by another name? Who does he fight? Maybe I can find it that way. I can't find Diani. Has that fight been called? He's not listed in PFL. I've got Aldolf and Alfietti. That fight's been called. Abzaka and Yashik.
No, come on, it hasn't been called. Gerardo wouldn't give us some fight that's been canceled on his ticket here, right?
He wouldn't do it on purpose, but it has happened.
Okay.
Gaidis and Belghazi, Mescani and Ferrante, Wisniewski and Cunha, Lopez and Siplavsky.
Wisniewski, what did he get lost? Is he supposed to be in the Europe one tomorrow?
I don't know. Azazun and Oliveira, Franco and Safta, Capanella and Zaharos, Garnett and Gronvalli, Ip for Megoff and Fanny, Ipoof and Pedro, Atatanya and Santos, Perella and Liga, Lapalus and Talib, Hababora and Roberts.
Yeah, it sounds like what because there are 2 PFLs this weekend. You're reading off the PFL 2 card from Europe on Saturday morning on the second part there.
Okay. I just reading off the guys that are listed on my list that I could bet. I can't bet. Maybe he's too big of a favorite, and that's why he's not listed on FanDuel. All right. Is there a UFC fight as well this weekend? No, there's not.
No. Holiday. I think it's 2 weeks off, actually.
I will take those 2 with a we'll take them with the Fever money line. So guaranteed to completely lose. But I've got to bet something here anyway in the next hour.
Fight night on the 12th. Sorry about that.
I have a bonus bet, so I lose that in 1 hour. So I have to bet something. So there you go. I bet $10 on this. Plus 107. Alaluli, Aguera, and the Fever money line. There we go. $10 to win like $10.75. Not a big bet, but I couldn't tell you who any of these guys are. Calgary got another field goal, so quite frankly, they're trying to piss their way back into this game. They've cut it down to 20. So if Calgary throws 3 INTs for touchdowns, Winnipeg can get back in this. But again, if I'm Calgary, just run the damn ball. The only way you can lose this game is if you give up the ball. They can't score. They can't move the football. The live total is 55.5. Are you worried yet?
Oh, no. If it's 55.5, no. I'm excited.
We went from 68.5 to 63.
Still got it at 55.5.
Yeah, at this point,
third one.
I'm thinking hedging. Because I'm thinking really carefully, Calgary doesn't score in the third quarter and we get 3 points in the third quarter. And if Calgary goes on a long drive here where no one scores, they're taking all the time on the clock. They're in no rush. 3rd and 1. Here they go. Backup quarterback.
Got a good
PJ
spot
Walker. He's short. Oh, that's a terrible spot. That is a terrible spot. I know they gave it to him, but do you think he got it? Yeah, Deani I have. I don't have I don't know. I don't have Deani. Sorry. Where does he get this on the replay? Maybe right there. I gotta look. It's not going to be a great sign because this is angled. I don't think he gets the line. Watch this replay.
Too late now.
I don't think he gets the line.
We saw you saw Coach O'Shea there, kind of. I mean,
he's like, he isn't covered. Where is it? The guy's also standing straight up. The ball's in his chest. It's not like he's sticking it out. But then Dietrich Mills just runs off 9 yards. That's basically guaranteed first down in CFL. As long as you don't have a really bad sneak quarterback. All right, Vernon Williams.
Home run. We had the first run of the game for Sean. 1-0 Mariners. Polanco home run.
All right, you got Vernon Adams lines up a wide receiver, try to do a little trickeration, and they still quarterback sneak it for a first down. All right, that's going to end the 3rd quarter. As Calgary continues to be in no rush here to go down this offensive drive.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know why they're acting like they're going to snap it. You got 3 seconds, 1 second.
There's another one. It's off the wall. I thought it was going to be back-to-back here, but Rayleigh has a double.
Don't we have the under in this game?
Yeah. It's 4th inning.
Just
1-0.
We're getting excited that we're losing a bet. Got it. All right. Okay.
Job as a guest on this show to keep your folks up to the moment. They might not have the same thing. They better have what we do, but sometimes they don't.
All right, so let's talk European women. We absolutely destroyed it last night. Did you tail? I was letting you know the whole way. It was there. We're also going to have some really good games. Actually, I'm on the wrong day. So let me actually get to Friday here and get the right games. So we got the Ireland Premier League, which I actually really have liked and enjoyed. We got some Finland. We got some KUPS action tomorrow. That's always a great team. They're going to kick the ass out of ACL. You can get a nice number on them. All right, we got Denmark and Sweden. Coming into this game, you have Denmark as a plus 500 and Sweden as a minus 182. Let's dive into the numbers here and take a look. Spain, we gave minus 2.5. We gave the over 2.5 team total. We gave over 3.5 in the game. All things cashed. Spain won 5-0, if you were wondering. Today, that game, they scored 2 goals in the first 8 minutes and never really looked back. The only thing is they didn't get my hat trick. I was kind of pissed. Sweden basically comes in this game playing Denmark. The last time they played Denmark, Sweden won 6-1. That was on a friendly. That's why you have such a big line. Previous time before that, it was 2-1, 1-0. Where is this game being played? It's being played in Geneva. So that is an advantage there for Sweden as well. Okay. This is where sometimes you wonder with the Euros, it makes really no sense, but I guess it is. This game is being played in Geneva. Okay, Geneva, Switzerland. Denmark is the home team in Geneva, Switzerland. I take Sweden again. I'm just trying to look at the goals market. I really don't want to go anything over 2.5. What can we get on this game? So Winnipeg can be one of these things where they kick a field goal each time just to make my bet. Have no chance to win the game, but just come back and keep kicking field goals.
Need at least one touch here out of Winnipeg.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, they sucked ass. All right, what do we get in here live here? Let's look at women's games. Did really well yesterday. We got Sweden minus 190. Damn, Germany's minus 18. They're basically saying, do not bet Germany. We don't want any money at all in Germany. What am I going Germany to win by 2 goals? Probably still not even a decent number. I think we're going to have to tackle with the Germany team total. Yeah, you can't do bad. You can take Sweden and Germany to win by 2 goals at minus 119. And that's what I'm going to take. I'm going to take a half unit on that. These are also in Europe. This is the Euro Women's that is going on right now, getting ready for qualifying for the World Cup. So I think Germany wins this game 3-1. So I'm probably going to play that as the correct score as well. I think they just kind of put Poland behind the woodshed here. So correct score combination, Germany 2-1, 3-1, 4-1 plus 390. I'm going to play a quarter unit on that. And that's going to pay off at $25 to win 98. So I think in Sweden we see some goals, but I think Sweden wins the game. What can we get?
Got a little single here for Calgary.
Yeah, that's what we need. Calgary to score more points. I mean, we do need it for the over, but yeah. Dembski, we need 11 yards. Can he throw 11 yards? That's all I care about. Well, there's 6.
5 right there. 5 or 6.
It might take 13 passes as quick as they're throwing in this pass. All right. Germany scored 2.5 goals. Yeah, that's just nothing I can get on that. All right, we got to the 55. Your favorite place.
Go 55.
And that's your favorite guy. Clorsis.
To the 45-50. 55-50. To 45. This guy's having a career game here. Celsius.
Yeah, he's going to catch 11 passes for like 62 yards.
He can't believe how many passes he's got.
Yeah, Winnipeg actually looks like they're playing with the biggest tempo they've played with the entire game. Like, come on. Am I going to get... Is Claris at least going to throw 1 touchdown pass tonight?
No, because this is a pick 6, baby, and Calgary is going back to the hizzle. And
this is done. Glad I really have been on the 16.5, 15.5, 19.5 live because I could tell you Winnipeg was done. That ball looked like it was floated in the air for 10 minutes. All you've heard is how great Claris looked, and I watched how great Claris has looked, but none of these passes seem to have any kind of oomph on it. This is the first game. He's looked old. He's looked like a 36-year-old quarterback. This is just kind of waiting for it. He's late on the throw. His receivers turned all the way around on an out route.
That's all there.
Yep.
Second,
and it's 37-9. The only question is, do we hit the over? And I mean, is that going to take Calgary to score again?
Well, you know what? That's going to allow Calgary to kind of get back on their heels a little bit. They've been fired up, played an incredible defensive game here against these guys, and maybe now it'll be a little bit of relax. Oh, it's going to be a base hit for San Francisco here. They're going to end up taking a 6-1 lead here over Arizona. 2-run hit here in the top of the 7th.
No, Calgary. Do you put in PJ Walker here and just run the ball? Or do you put in PJ Walker and just let him run your offense? All right. I think at this point we're going to call it a night.
Okay, it's a blowout. Yeah, we'll probably it might get there. I mean, come on, it's on 46 right now. There's a whole quarter to go here, right? So,
I mean, okay. We'll watch that. I'll watch that there. So I'll run through. So we tied the dream. We hit Inescu. We hit Stewie. We hit Natasha Howard, 7.5 rebounds. We hit the double. I lose Atlanta. We lose to Detroit. We get the over. We just don't get the Mercury. Brandon Stewart doesn't come through. Cloud hits. Obviously, Winnipeg's not going to hit. Claris is not going to hit. We're waiting on Dembski. The Angels' first 5 cashes. Young does not cash. A couple other things we hit live. I can't remember what it was we hit. But we hit a couple other things live that we talked about. We hit Alicia Gray rebounds. That hits without any question whatsoever. We get the Liberty at -8.5. We hit that. We're still looking at the under on the Royals Mariners. We hit the under on the Guardians Cubs. We hit the over on the Mercury Wings. You were on the Fever. That hit pretty easily. So overall, it wasn't a bad night. We're waiting on the over on these CFL. If we can get that and Dembski, that'll at least give us a 2-2 night in CFL, and everything else we're all positive with that. So overall, it'll be a good night for the show, and we'll be back next week. I haven't gone to Florida yet. There's been some adjustment with that, so I haven't taken off yet for that. So
okay, I don't know when I'll see you again. So I'm always at the ready for you guys. But
I'm fine whenever you want to come on. I mean, you give me good insight. You have some other plays there. It's enough talk. I mean, I'd be fine with Holden. Just have you on all the time.
Well, I like to watch you guys. I like to watch the show with you and Holden. So we'll just see what it has in store. It's still a few weeks through left of summer before we, I don't know. It's really much. Summer's pretty much over. We're ready for football. Come on. We're watching CFL. We're ready.
I know you got to work out your contracts. I understand that.
I'm on all these channels here and love being there. That's being part of the Nuke the House family, because this is where it all started. This is where it all started. Remember the good old days. Okay?
Yes. Yeah. So Dembski catches a pass for a yard.
Okay. So, Winnipeg's got the ball here. They're going to go down and score. Now, come on. They're down 28 points. This is when they're going to get some scoring together here, probably.
I'm wondering if it's Cloud. They saw something on tape. Claris's arm strength wasn't that big. I mean, right now they're just blitzing every play. They're blitzing every play. They're sitting in a soft zone. Yeah, and they're just coming there eating.
Field looks 60 yards wide with Caleros out there, Sean. He almost got picked again. Oh, there's interference, though.
Yeah.
DB Gnarly remembers the good old days. We're talking about when we were in chat. We were in chat rooms when nobody even knew what a chat room was. I don't know if it was that long ago, but I don't think we knew. We didn't know what we were doing.
I'll give you a chat room when I started with. When I started my first time ever, we'll talk chat room. I was in MICR.
Do you know what MICR was?
We didn't even know what we were doing.
No, that was you had no images, no visual stuff. You would make pictures and different stuff by just combining different characters and letters and different key things into different shapes.
All right, go over. Remember what I go over in the hot dog eating contest. Go over.
All right, we're going over in the hot dog eating contest. I'll try to figure out where it is on there. Maybe FanDuel will probably have it in the morning up front, or DraftKings will. We're gonna have an argument. We're questioning. We're having a.
It's.
challenge.
They picked up. Did they pick up the flag or something? Because there was some type of flag on there after all the Calgary defenders converged, and the ball.
Yeah, they called illegal contact.
Okay, calm down. Let Winnipeg get something here, guy. You don't have to go. Shut.
I mean, you're up 28 points here. And
okay, you're just delaying the
12 minutes ago, 28 points. The guys would like to see poison. They would like to move on. Let's see this drive. Most likely going to be a pick six. We need 4 yards from Dempsey. Just
Final.
4. What was the final?
Sugarland Space Cowboys win it in 10 over the Round Rock Express. 7-6.
Did you have anything in that minor league game?
No, I laid off the AAA card here tonight.
Okay.
I couldn't quite I had an important gig on YouTube. I had to cancel my. Okay. No, he's telling us what happened. What is he saying here? He's giving a Calgary wanted to challenge the last play. He said, however, there was illegal contact. It's not challengeable. Therefore, they lose their challenge. And they lose one team time. Not only they lose their challenge, they lost a timeout. No wonder.
Yeah.
You challenge a play that can't be challenged, so they take away your challenge. Now, that doesn't seem fair. That seems very Canadian.
No, they're going to stop it again.
They might have to go figure. It doesn't sound right. I think there's something wrong with that. Maybe even I've got it right here. That you can't lose your challenge. Well, maybe that's. Yeah. I guess they did. They just reset.
They're going to reset the play clock. Like Winnipeg really wants time to go off. Winnipeg's trying to go as fast as possible, and you're going to reset the play clock when they're not going to use it. All right, here comes Claris. Back to pass. Let's see who he throws to. Throw to the white guys. Throw to Dempsey. Wide open. 5 yards.
Is Calgary playing with like 15 guys on defense?
He's seen ghosts, and he's just kidding. I mean, he's done this all game, so they're all just teeing off. They're not looking for
somewhere.
Anything.
There's a man open though, right? And that was a little bit there. I guess that was a little contact, but that bad call then. But someone's got to be open there. If you got quadruple coverage in there, that's a bad decision by Caleros, I guess.
Well, everything's a 3-step drop and get rid of it. It's a 5 yard, 6 yard.
They throw the dump off of Oliveira, and this is what they should have done days ago, and he just busted one for 25 yards.
Well, they've done this. This is like his 5th, 6th catch of the day. He's caught a couple
receiver on that pick six, by the way.
Yeah, he's got 5 catches for 47 yards.
Yeah, you're not gonna keep him all the way down.
Catching 21. I mean, Oliveira still got 52 yards rushing.
That's why he's the one.
Mills absolutely destroyed. Mills, they gave a 51-yard prop to. He had 81. All right, Claris dropping back. This is not Dembski because this is the little short guy, Stearns and Foster. Catches the pass.
Bottom of the 5th, Mariners 1-0. And
I bet the over 71. Oh, we're still talking about Glizzies.
Glizzies, yeah. So got to glizz it up.
All right,
Dodgers-
DB Gnarly, your hot dog bet. I just want to tell you this today. If your hot dog bet loses, you have to come on next week and tell everybody you're sorry for your hot dog bet.
No, come on.
You got to say that's Glizzy's, and that's just the way it's got to go. All right,
I can never compete. I cannot. I'm not a very fast eater. I'm one of the slowest eaters. I'm the slowest eater I know. No one wants to ever go to a restaurant with me.
Oh, that's a better thing. So if you lose by, if your bet loses by the number of hot dogs it loses by, you need to come in here and eat that many hot dogs.
Oh my God! Can they be the little Wiener Schnitzel mini corn dogs at least?
That would work. So if it's 70, you only got to eat one dog. If it's 70, it's 64, 65. We got to watch you scarf 6 hot dogs now.
Well, I remember what I said, and I am serious. Ramp it up a little bit. Go to 75. Also here, I say ramp it up a little bit with Chestnut. There also some of the books is a little tricky. They say, like, oh no, almost another interception there. And it hurt. No, he's okay. They say like Chestnut 71.5, and it's like minus 115. But they say the overall winner like 71.5 minus 105. No one's going to come close. So take that. You're going to save 10 cents.
Yep.
The other guys are going to come in at about 50. Talking about those second-ranked hot dog eaters. It's going to be about 3 guys at about 50 there, Bertolini. You guys, if you're watchers of the contest, the usual suspects are in there. And
all right, I can go find
Pseudo. Okay, good job. Good show. Thank you.
Anybody know where this is in FanDuel?
You trying to find it on FanDuel? Got a
Yes.
record crowd tonight here. I'm watching the Las Vegas Aviators game. I am watching one AAA game, but record crowd tonight here. Like I said, on the big fireworks night here too.
Are you running anything in Wimbledon tomorrow?
Oh, I will be. As soon as I get done with this, I'm knee deep in all the tennis tomorrow. I don't know if I'm ready to just off the cuff give anything out. So please check me out tomorrow, or follow me. I'll have some picks under my paywall a little bit there with the matches tomorrow. Could be some good ones too with Emma playing terrific right now. Could Raducanu beat Sabalenka tomorrow as a $3 dog? Probably not, but good matches certainly tomorrow all the way through with some of your favorites going here tomorrow. Osaka's in action. You've got Fritz against Fokina and Alcaraz against Stroop. I mean, I know he's a minus 3,500, but you got to be looking at the game spread there. So good tennis tomorrow.
All right. I just want to tell you, okay, you got to see this because this is hilarious.
Yeah.
So I typed in hot dog.
Yeah.
Okay.
And let me blow you up here a little bit so I can see what's going on. Okay. France versus England.
How is that anything to do with hot dog? If someone can explain that to me, I would really like to know. I typed in hot dog and I get France women versus England women.
Well, I would have a clever answer, but except I know that the tournament is in Switzerland. Otherwise, I would have said maybe it's in Frankfurt. Oh, I kill myself.
What the world is? That's just killing me. Like, I literally went there and went, hot dog. All right, Claris back to pass. We need 4 yards for Dembski. No. And that's going to be a turnover on downs.
Oh, no.
Clarcius is going to get the ball. 9 minutes to go for Calgary. What do we need? 4 points? We need a touchdown, damn it. Now are you worried?
I think, yeah, because, what they probably should do is.
All right. So DraftKings goes, can I bet the Nathan's hot dog eating contest?
They should probably end up taking Caleros out of the game here when they get the ball back, I would think, right? This many down and
so this is it. In DraftKings, you can only bet the Nathan's hot dog eating contest if you live in Arizona, Colorado, DC, Illinois, Indiana, Kansas, Kentucky, Louisiana. What was it? Maine? No, that's not Maine.
MA is Massachusetts, I think.
Massachusetts, Maine, Michigan, North Carolina, North Hampshire, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Vermont, Washington, Wyoming, or Ontario. Guess what state is not listed? You cannot bet the nation's anthem, but you can.
What do they have against Wieners? What do they have against the Wieners?
My guess is probably someone competing is under the age of 18. And Maryland doesn't allow you to bet on anything under the age of 18. The Yankees are dead to me. All right. You can go in the DraftKings free 5K hot dog eating contest pool for a free entry. All right, so you're gonna help me fill this out because I only get one free entry.
What is it? Everybody's over under or something?
Joey Chestnut over 71.5. Will the record 76 be broken?
I'm going yes.
Who will finish second? Choices.
Well, no, here's the thing, right? With who's gonna, so like you could go with but you're trying to win a contest, right? So you might have to go off the board here a little bit because the thing is, the guys that are 2, 3, and 4, I think they're actually kind of relatively even a little bit. You might be able to kind of
so who's 2, 3, and 4?
The guy like third or fourth. Do they list them in order with? I'll get it for you here. Let me see.
I got Patrick Bertoletti, Jeffrey Esper. Oh, fumble! Winnipeg gets the ball. We got a chance for the over.
It'll be tomorrow.
Jeffrey Esper, James Webb, Nick Weary, Miki Sudo, or any other contestant.
Yeah, that's a little tricky. I mean, because Sudo is in a different, it's a different contest technically, but unless they're running at the same time, the women, there are 2 different eating contests with the men and the women. But maybe they're just lumping them all together, and Sudo will have a chance to eat as much as the next best. But if you do look at the odds, Bertoletti is a considerable favorite to be number 2. He is 10-1. Esper's 25-1. So is Webb. So maybe 10-1. Maybe that's enough to say that you got to go with Bertoletti there to keep your entry alive, and we'll look for a different spot, maybe with some other.
Third place.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. That's a tough one there, I think, with Esper and Webb. Let me go to the IFOCE website and look at the rankings here with these 2 a little bit. Esper is the 3rd ranked eater, and Webb is the 4th ranked eater in the world here currently. Let's see if that changes anything here.
I'm going to think James Webb. I just like the name. Isn't that also the guy's name in what's that movie? Matt Damon.
Because
what's that movie with Matt Damon?
Rounders.
No, they're not Rounders. The one where he's it's not a spy. He's like a assassin. Jason Bourne. David Webb is his name. His dad was James Webb. Okay, we'll just go with that. That's obviously this is scientific betting thing. Jeffrey Esper will eat 51.5 hot dogs or under 51.5. Well, if I have it finishing 4th, I've got to go with under, right?
What was the next one?
Will Esper eat 51.5 or under 51.5?
Oh, Esper. Let me take a look here because his total here. Let me see if we got his overall over-under here for Esper. Huh? He's over 50.5 is favored.
Well, this is 51.5.
Oh boy, yeah, that does make it close because that's right there. I'll have to, man. Oh boy.
We'll take we'll take Webb and Esper over. I'm just gonna make this easy. Bertoletti, we're obviously going over because we finished these. I think so. It's like Nick Weary, 46.5.
He's behind all the others, so I got to go under. I'm going to go under. I'll go under.
Miki Sudo, over 44.5.
Oh, over. She'll destroy that. Yeah, she's going for 52.
Okay. Oh, we got Calaris running. All right. So now we made our picks. We'll see if we get any
and remember, folks, my 10-1 long shot pick is both records to be broken, men's and women's. That pays 10-1.
Yeah.
At Bovada.
All right. Clara's back to pass.
Come on, Clara. He just threw it away because, might as well just throw it away. Giants probably going to win here, 6-1, top of the ninth.
Well, my question is, if you're every team that plays Winnipeg, okay, granted, Winnipeg normally is in games because they can run the ball, they get up ahead, the defense stays in. The defense didn't keep him in this game. They were able to run the ball. They just had to go away with it because their defense was so bad, falling behind. But every team that now plays Winnipeg, you got to think they're just going to blitz like all day. All right, dump it off to Oliveira here so he can catch his 8th pass for 8 yards. Come on, let's go to Nick Dempsey. Throw to Nick Dempsey. Just one time. I need 4 yards. 4 yards.
Yep, 3rd and 5. Got to go for it here. 3rd and 6.
I'm glad they're not kicking a field goal. Should have went for it all those other times. All right, Dembski's fast out to the right.
Wide open.
About 10 yards. He's wide open. And Dembski's got it. And there you go.
Okay, we can at least.
Now, if we can get the over, we'll go 2-2 in CFL. We'll lose Winnipeg and we'll lose We'll lose the Claris 2 touchdowns. We just need a touchdown, right?
Yeah, they're going to get it here. They're going to get it. They're going to get it.
You have more confidence than I do. Oh. 25 yards to go. He may throw to the other team.
Well, as long as it's a pick 6. Seems to have that down pretty well.
Yeah, showing's done for the night. Quarter again. 2nd and 6. Let's go. Calgary's going to blitz once again. 5 guys. Here's the out route that he's late on, but the guy's wide open. Who is it? Clark Surge.
God damn, what's got 10 catches?
Well, I mean, again, everything's 5 yards. There's nothing downfield. 9 catches for 73 yards. Dembski's got 6 for 64. The good news, though, it just gets another first down, so it can move.
Yeah, down inside the 5 here.
Dembski again. There you go. Dembski down. Makes it a second short. Here we go.
Final.
Going to get this total in garbage time.
Let's give one to Brady Oliveira. Let's give 1 touchdown to Brady Oliveira. Dembski still says, I want to play. They want to huddle up.
We did get a little shake it up there on that play.
It's the 3-minute timeout.
Okay, I'll give him a break to rest up here. Giants have a couple runners on. They're winning 6-1, but well, I did take the over in the game. I have the Giants, but could win it here with would need both to score. Runners at first and second. Ooh, ouch! Off the pitcher here. It's going to be an infield single. My man Kevin Ginkel from El Capitan High in Lakeside. Got hit by the line drive, but he's okay. He's tough. He's from Cowboy Town.
Kevin Ginkel. Kevin Ginkel used to be an outstanding young player for Chelsea.
Now he's a 6'4" relief pitcher. 6'5" relief pitcher.
Yeah, I don't think he switched from soccer to just going with that. All right, let's see how much I'm going to pay for these tickets tomorrow. What's your guess? And I'm not a person to overpay, so I will just choose not to go. I will wait people out to see if they will drop the price of tickets. Yeah, some people have dropped the price of tickets to $19. 2 tickets to go, cheapest, clear view. Let's see if we can buy. This guy is dreaming. $9,000. $9,000. I better be blown during intermission. $183. $9,000. Yeah, there's plenty of tickets. We can find some. $33.
They almost turned it over here, did Winnipeg, on trying to hand it off. Didn't get a gain out of it. But lucky they held onto the ball there. It was a bobble.
I was fine to pay up to $100 to go to this game. I think it'll be a good game.
Second down now. Second out does get a run home, 7-1. Hilaros. Oh, what a great catch, and I think it's a touchdown.
It could be.
Look at this catch. It really is a spectacular catch. The replay, we'll have to see it, but it's not really arguing it. But
they're going to call it a touchdown.
And he
never
never
a touchdown. It was a terrible throw, but yes, it turned into a 50-50 ball, basically fighting for it all the way down to the ground. He does throw such a nice ball, but I think he doesn't have the arm strength anymore. Does he get the second?
You know what? You could argue that it's not a catch, actually, if you
the ball never moves.
Right, but who possesses it though when they fall out of bounds? They're not going to challenge it because it's just it's a moot point here anyway. It doesn't matter.
But the ball never moves. That's the key thing to me. The ball never moves until after he touches the ground, and well after that, it's not even when he initially touches the ground, it doesn't move.
Hey, I'm not complaining.
Yeah, they gave the extra point. There it is. 16-37. No more points, and I'll be fine. I will hit the 51.5. I personally will hit the under 55. I'll hit the under 58 and the under 68. So
that's a good ending note.
That will be very good. And I'll hit all the Calgary minus 9.5, 10.5, 16.5, 5, 15.5, 14.5. No more points. Let's go through this. So Calgary, hold on to the football. Might as well watch the last 2:28. Should be only 5 more minutes. I'll be right back.
I hope they're not reviewing. They're not reviewing. We already seen the extra point. And you know what? I think it is because he is. Here's the thing. He is securing the ball with both hands as he has both feet in the end zone. So he is palming the ball, even though the defender is, mixing his hand up in there. And then when they fall to the ground, he is still able to complete the catch there a little bit, and wrestles the ball away actually from the defender. So great play there in that one. This one's hit deep to center, way back and caught. So it will be 7-1. San Francisco over Arizona here heading into the bottom of the ninth inning. So I need another run to get a sweep of that game as they kick off to Calgary here. And we're just running off the last 2:25. Calgary will need a couple first downs here to end the game. And also, Dodgers in their game leads 5-0, bottom of the sixth inning. Seattle 1-0 over here. We said go under. Looking pretty good again in that one. Seattle winning here. And that's all it for our sports action, I think, tonight. So thanks for joining us here on the Nuke the House channel with Sean and I here tonight. And get ready for some action. Hey, there's going to be some great tennis tomorrow. Can't wait to get up at, like I do, it's 3 in the morning to watch tennis. Well, I might wait till 3:30 and let him get through the first set at least.
Yeah. All right. Let's see what we got here going here for the last.
No, I'm okay with this being the perfect score. Please just run this clock out here and a couple first downs here, and I'll be just fine with this exact score here. I definitely was on Winnipeg here in this one, but my big high roller premium over at Tony's Picks was the over in this game tonight, over 51.5. So that's fine. Got a win out of that.
Yeah. White Sox got absolutely nothing today.
Yeah, Giants didn't get any more runs. They're heading to the bottom of the ninth. Robbie Ray's going for a complete game actually here tonight. 2 hitters so far.
Well, they went to Benjamin here, and that's just going to be 2 runs and a punt. Do you run Claris out here, and can we get the second touchdown? Yeah, the over 51.5 we hit. Philpott I hit. I missed all the anytime touchdowns except for Dietrich Mills. Stampeders plus 10.5. That was my hedge pre-flop. Dembski over 51. We moved to Claris. We talked about. We lose definitely a lot of the Winnipeg things I had, but I've covered almost all those with live bets.
What a monster kick there, but we have a return going on.
Yep. Now kick your coverage. I wonder to see if they're going to bring Claris out here because it's not going to matter. So I think they
brought them back in.
Yeah, I think they were. Yeah, it's going to be Strither. Yeah, the announcer said it should have happened earlier. And I was like, yeah, I was surprised they let him out there for the last drive. All right, let's see what I like in Wimbledon. And that defensive line was eating him all day. And next guy, Streether says, hi. Okay, I see why we're not winning. Lyman, block. Do something other than that. All right. Let's see what we got going on. Do I bet on the Yankees for the 3rd day in a row?
They did have a post-game meeting, not team only. This was with Boone, and Boone says in a post-game meeting, let's put this behind us because they're kind of a soft team.
All right, I'm going to take the Brewers
Final.
on the first 5 tomorrow. They're going up against the great Sandy Alcantara.
Marcus Stroman is 0-3 on July 4th. Here's a home run by Kettle Marte. Oh, that's going to get my over. Thank you, Mr. Kettle Marte. A home run with a score 7-1 off of Robbie Ray trying to pitch a complete game. Sometimes that happens. Sometimes, you know what they call me, Sean? The luckiest handicapper in the world. It's a good title to have.
Yeah, I'm going to parlay Rublev and Fritz. I like that move.
My man, Taylor Fritz.
I'm going to parlay that. I can get a nice number on that. What else do I like?
All right, 102 to go.
One of the Mertens. Hey, Dembski's still catching passes. For some reason, he's still out there. I will say, as the tournaments go later, I'd rather take overs than actual people. I think I'm going to take Darderi with some games. Let's see what we can get. Let's see, I want 5.5. Well, give me 5.5. They'll give me 6.5. No. Give me 4.5. I can take 4.5.
Complete out there to the 46.
Yeah, there's 45 seconds left, guys. Come on, take a knee. Don't you want to just tell them to take a knee? And we got to remember the Red Sox game starts at 11 a.m. So have you started your setup for that? Kind of like the Rays with Zach Littell pitching. Rays were hitting the ball really well, and they should hit Paddock pretty nicely.
Well, I'm going to grab some, sit with some big food and look at my baseball and my tennis and my soccer and have a great rest of the night here looking at tomorrow's games. I'm going to come up with some great winners. Winnipeg and their blue cowboy hats. I'd like to have one of those Winnipeg. I want a Winnipeg Bomber blue cowboy hat. That's what I want. Oh, and Wiley.
I want a Winnipeg blue Bombers who suck. Blueberry.
Why is Wiley in the game? Wiley was been. You talk about the menacing.
All right, hold on. So we never talked about the game you want to talk about. White Sox Rockies. Who do you have tomorrow? Gosh, somehow this is over 11.
Well, Hauser has been the big, he's been a big surprise kind of, right, for the White Sox so far. He's actually done a pretty good job since they acquired him.
Pitching in Coors.
That's okay. Senzatella's pitching too. I mean, it can't be all,
I mean, if you bet that game, maybe. Nothing. That would be my answer. Absolutely nothing.
All right. You had your chance.
Streether decides just to try not to get killed.
14 seconds left.
He went for protection. He was going to get killed, and he just threw it away. Which is a smart thing since you're down 20-something points. It's there, it's not there, backside, front side.
I always hear them say, Sean, I always hear him say, gun to my head, I'll take the... And I always say gun to my head with the White Sox and the Rockies. I might opt for the gun, but I'll take the White Sox.
Okay.
You made me do it. You made me do it.
All right. I'll take Sabalenka tomorrow. What can I get her number at?
On the game spread?
Let me just take her on the money line.
Minus the money line's 350 or 400.
I'm looking. I was looking at the match, then I gotta go find the number. Yeah, it's minus 375. I'll take that with Chelsea. Chelsea draw no bet.
All right, the Giants here trying to wrap it up. Top of the ninth, 2 outs. And the Royals did tie the game. In fact, the Royals have taken the lead here now. 2-1, and he's out at the plate. He called him safe. Missed the tag there. Bobby Witt goes sliding around and scores to make it 3-1.
All right, we are all set.
Okay.
And we're going to call this one at this place. We're going to fit in a nice little beautiful kind of middle here. And then we got some offsets to go through, so that'll be fine. Overall, it's been a good night. We will be back next week. Holden should be back. Next Wednesday, we'll have Summer League NBA basketball. We'll have WNBA basketball. We'll have Major League Baseball. We'll have soccer. We'll have MLS Wednesday. Should be a very busy card Wednesday. Thursday, I'm sure we'll have plenty of things as well. Thanks you all for joining us. Went a little late tonight, went 5 hours. So other than that, everybody have a good night. Enjoy your 4th. We'll see you next week. Goodbye. Good luck with your bets.